engaging with the class.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good demonstration of signposting. Very good. Audrey.
Good morning. My name is Audrey King. I am assigned to Kaiser in Fresno, and this is my first unit.
That's right. Good to have you, Audrey. Jennifer.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jennifer Kwaka. This is my second unit, and my clinical site is St. Agnes Medical Center, Fresno. Thank you.
Yeah, this
Nice
is Jennifer's
meeting you.
second unit. 1B. All right. Jim.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jim Rogers. I am currently serving Springmore Retirement Life Care Community in Raleigh, North Carolina, and this is my first unit.
Okay. Welcome, Jim.
Good to see you, Jim.
Right. Jim also is my comrade in Western North Carolina Conference. Yeah.
Oh,
Right. Alfredo. Alfredo, we cannot hear you for some reason. Can you change the audio option? Okay, Kate.
Good morning, all. My name is Kate Canova, and I too share Chaplain Rom's clinical site. I'm at the Elmwood Correctional Facility for Santa Clara County Jails as a men's chaplain. And like Jennifer, this is my second unit. So I think 1B was what
That's
she
right,
said.
1B. Welcome back, Kate. All right, let's move on to the educators. James.
Hi, everyone. My name is J. James Kim. James is my middle name. I'm also working at a prison mental hospital. That was my main site. And a couple of years I worked at a medical upstate university as a manager and CP educator. And I moved back to my main site. So I'm kind of familiar with the prison setting with the mental health. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, nice meeting you all.
Right. Thank you, James. Just in case you got curious, James' last name is the same last name as mine.
Oh,
We
yeah.
both are Kim, but we're not related. Yeah.
I thought we are related.
Okay, that's right. But you're a little more handsome than me, I admit it. Okay. All right. We like, there in Korea, there are like millions of Kims, like Jones and Smith. Yeah. If you go to Korea and say Mr. Kim on the street, half of them
Here we
turn.
go. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of Kims. Thank you. Donna.
Good morning. My name is Donna Kim. Allen.
Dada.
And I am a manager of a wonderful team of chaplains at Berkeley and Oakland at Altabate Summit Medical Center. And I'm a CEC, and this is my third solo group. Joseph?
How about that? Can you believe?
Oh,
Yeah.
time
Now
is
you are
flying.
seasoned then. Yeah, seasoned educator. Good.
Yes.
Very good. Donna has also long credentials behind her. She has PhD in homiletics. She has been teaching as an adjunct. She is also pastoring the local church. And then so is James. James has a long credential. He's also pastoring a local church for years and teaching, and also many years of experience as a chaplain in all different kinds of hospitals. I'm so proud of these two educators. All right. Alfredo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, my name is Alfredo Saavedra. My clinical site is in Santa Maria, California, Marion Regional Medical Center. I work as a full-time as a chaplain. Thank
Welcome
you.
back, Alfredo. And this is Alfredo's third unit, right?
Fourth unit.
Fourth.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. Victor and Alfredo, you guys are graduating after this. Oh no.
Yeah.
I hope you can come back for a fifth. Oh yes, Ram Dudley. You can still come back, Victor and Alfredo, for fifth, okay? I would love to have you. And then break my record. 10 units. All right. Now, we're going to do some fun stuff. Okay, I love to do some fun stuff with you. Okay, all right. What I'm going to do with you is a practice or activity called Who Am I and Where Am I? Okay. So this is about active listening. Being a pastor caregiver or being a chaplain is pretty much to be a good listener. Okay, we call it active listener or active listening. What does it mean to be an active listener? And I want to teach you through this activity or game. Okay, it's also has the purpose of team building. Okay, all right. So we're gonna have some fun. As you participate in this fun game, continue to think about what is active listening. Okay, all right. For those who did this before, you can wait and give a chance to the new students to answer. Okay, all right. So the game is to figure out or guess who am I or where am I. Okay. All right. This is an image zoomed in of some stuff. Okay, something in the nature. What part is this about? Anybody guess? New students?
A butterfly?
Oh,
Leaf.
flower, butterfly,
Okay.
Leaf.
leaf. Okay. Who said butterfly? Yes, that's a part of
Yes.
butterfly. Okay. Good guess. All right, how about this? This is part of an animal. What animal is this part of?
Camel.
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 Yes.
The answer is
Oh,
yeah, you got it wrong.
Close enough.
three
Yeah,
hump.
see? And then the giraffe says wrong, and then just tongues out. You got it wrong. How about this? Where is she? Any new
In a
students?
driveway.
Driveway. Okay. Any other guess? Where is she?
The mountain.
Oh, mountain. Yeah, kind of close.
California.
Oh, that's right, California. She is in the Redwood National Park, Sequoia National Park.
Wow.
Yeah. And look at that huge redwood. Look at that. Okay, what kind of career does he have? Can you guess?
Ministry as a stole on Army chaplain.
Army chaplain, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was too simple for you, Skip. Oh, you messed it up. You messed it up, Skip. Some people said this is like a janitor. Some people say like what can I say? Delivery, DoorDash. No, all different kinds of, yeah. Good guess. All right. Now, Donna, can you divide these students into two groups? And then wait for me to divide before you divide. Just wait for me. Just start building.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to show you. So this was preliminary test. Now I'm going to give you the real test. Okay. I'm going to divide you into two groups, and you guys need to come up with the same answers. Okay. You guys need to negotiate and discuss it, and then give me group answers. Okay. All right. Don't tell me the answer right now. Okay. Wait until you go into the group. Oh, one more. What part? This is a part of which animal? Oh, that's right.
Turtle.
Total. Okay, so this is the question one. Don't tell me the answer, okay? Don't tell me the answer. Just think in your mind. Okay, this is part of what? And this is part of what? And this is part of what? And this is where? Where am I? Okay, I showed you 4 images. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Donna, divide them into 2 groups, please.
Okay.
And then you guys come up with the answers and then get back to me with the group answers, okay? All right, go ahead.
They're going.
There you go. All right.
James went to one. He left us.
You're fine. So I talked with
Rod?
Rod last night, and Rod says he's available to create a new one tonight. So I'm going to work together with him tonight, and I'm going to send you a link.
Okay.
All right. And then can you make sure the students push the button of acknowledgement by 15th?
Yes.
Okay.
And so after Rod does that,
Mm-hmm.
I send him. No, I don't do anything. I just leave it and he's able to log back on, or do I need to push one of those buttons?
What do you mean push the button?
Review, do I need to, because we've already reviewed. He's
Oh,
reviewed.
right. Yeah. Don't worry about that.
So don't worry about the preview.
Yeah.
Just redo this last one, save and close, tell Rod, and then he can go in and sign.
Uh-huh.
And then I have to log back in and send it to the students.
Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm going to have Rod to sign and then
Yeah.
send you the link so that you don't need to go back and forth, okay?
So you have him send it. Okay. So what time are you guys going to connect tonight? Because it's very quick for me to cut and paste Alfredo.
Right. Yeah. So you push the send button.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to have Rod sign in advance for you and then
Okay.
send you the link. You fill it out and just send it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So for the other ones, I didn't send it, but once I do that, I'll send all of them.
Yeah.
And I'll let them know, acknowledged by the 15th.
Yes. So make sure everybody receives
Yeah.
your text or email about that. Yeah.
I want them to acknowledge, but I also want them to send me their copy.
Sure. That's very important. Yes.
Okay.
I really appreciate that. So
You want them to come out of the breakup group?
yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so we have only 2 days left, Donna, actually.
So I'll tell them to do it immediately.
Yeah, because they have to push the acknowledge button by this Friday.
7th, right.
It's a 5th.
I mean the 5th. Okay, but I will do it tonight and ask and make sure
Okay.
I might tell them the 4th.
Sure.
Okay, close the rooms.
Yes.
Okay, they're closed.
Okay, let me see whose team got the right answers.
The other team isn't back yet.
They're en route.
I assume that was a piece of cake for Skip.
I don't know. I wrote them down. We're like 75% confident.
Okay, gotcha. Not 100% confident?
Now, is there a curve?
Oh, yes. I always put a curve.
See, we went through the final answer and we're going to call a friend. Joseph, you're going to be our friend.
Try my best. Yeah. Without a curve, it's not a game. There should be curve. Okay. I hope you had a fun.
We did. We had a fun.
Okay, gotcha. All right, let me share the screen again and let's go back. So this is the first image. second, third, and fourth. Okay. All right. I want you to tell me the team answers, not the individual answers. So
Oh,
this is part of which animal?
We thought moth.
Moth? Okay, how about the other team?
yeah, we did the same thing.
Okay, well, you guys are smart. Yeah, that's part of moth. Very good. Okay, I'm sorry, I made you really bored. Okay, how about this? This is part of what?
We talked about two different things, moth or I brought up like a snake.
Yeah, we thought snake.
Snake. Okay. The answer is
Turtle.
moth. I told you there's a curve. Oh, this makes me really excited. Oh, I'm so good. See, I told you there's a curve. The end tip of this moth wing looks like a snake. See, you have to wait until you see the whole picture. That's the message. You need to wait until you see the whole picture. How about this?
We thought
did you get?
orchid, flower or orchid.
Flower or orchid? And the other team?
Yeah, flower.
Flower?
Yeah.
And the answer is
Oh, come on.
Mantis.
oh, this makes me really excited. Oh, I'm so good. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay. See, you need to wait until you see the whole picture.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. You don't know until the end you see the whole picture. This is mantis disguised. Isn't it beautiful?
Mhm.
How about this? Where is this guy?
We thought maybe Vietnam Memorial.
Vietnam Memorial. Okay. Anybody, the other team?
We talked about bridge in stadium, but now I see maybe a Great Wall in China.
Oh, that's not the team answer, James. That's cheating.
Oh,
Oh, dang it.
Yeah. This guy has some muscle and then he could flip it over and then, put himself on this one arm. And this is Great Wall of China. Yes. I threw 3 curveballs and you all struck out. I'm so good.
Swing and a miss.
Oh, yeah, swing and a miss. Oh, I'm so happy to make a swing and a miss. But message is delivered. You need to wait until you see the whole picture. That's the message that I want to deliver. And that's what active listening is all about. You need to wait until you see the whole picture when you listen. Okay? Then you can call yourself actively listening. Okay? I want you to remember this message throughout the whole unit. This will make you a good listener. You need to wait until you see the whole picture. You will, otherwise, you will experience a lot of curveballs at the end of your conversation with the care recipients, because they do throw you curveballs. So how can you do active listening? There are 5 rules of how you can do active listening. It's not SOLAR, it's a SOLER. S stands for squarely. I'm sorry. S stands for squarely. So don't stand to the side saying you deal with it later. Face it directly. You can do this even on Zoom. Between you and the listener, make sure there's a square. Okay? Not lined up. Make sure there's a square between him and you and her and you. I have a spiritual director, mentor, who geniusly taught me about this by her own experience. When she was young, she grew up in a family right after the World War II. And her family was very poor, just like other families. And her mother made sure to tell her to assist her mom whenever her mom was doing something. So for example, when her mom was doing dishes, her mom made sure to have her, Wendy Miller, stand on her side and assist her doing the dishes. But her mother was always looking at these dishes in sink, never looked at her, Wendy Miller. And she was so busy trying to save time so that she could move on to the next work. But even after she moved on to the next work, she was still very busy. She was not paying attention to the dishes or the Wendy Miller. And she never made a square between her and her mother. I mean, her and her daughter. Okay? So if this becomes your habit, you cannot do the active listening because there's no square. After she got married, now she visited her mother-in-law, and then she also helped her mother-in-law this time doing the dishes. And then her mother-in-law was doing the dishes so differently. Every now and then, her mother-in-law looked at Wendy Miller, turned around, even though it was just for a quick, make sure there's a square between him and Wendy Miller, her and Wendy Miller. And went back to her work doing the dishes. And this time, Wendy Miller felt like she was paying attention to the dishes even. And there's a square between the dishes and her mother-in-law too. And this became the behavior pattern of her mother-in-law. And she felt so grateful for that. Does it make sense? Make sure you have this square in front of you and between you and your listener. You can do it anytime, anywhere, even on Zoom. Just for quick. It makes a lot of sense. Okay? And the second one is all open. Don't cross your arms or legs or clench your fist or claws off in any way. Keep everything open. And even ask open-ended questions instead of closed questions. Okay? This is very important. Because we call this unintended message. Whether you intended or unintended, you continue to give out this message. I'm open for you. I'm ready to listen. Okay? Or not. So do not clench. Do not close your fist. Just ask questions with open-ended questions instead of closed question. Closed question is the question asked by do you or you don't you? Okay? So you have no options other than saying yes or no. Okay? Open-ended questions are questions asked with which, why, when, how, where. Okay? So that the recipients have many options to answer with. Okay? And L is lean toward the listener, lean toward the speaker. Okay? And lean to show you're actively listening. Lean. We'll talk about this, like your communication style, later during your classes. And your peers and your educator will check on you about your attitude and your style, your communication style. Are you leaning toward actively listening? And E is eye contact and engage. Are you engaged or not? Okay? Keep making eye contact. R is relax. No matter what you hear from them, relax. Because you do not know if they are talking about you or not. Many cases, 9 out of 10, they're not talking about you. Even though they're mad, seemingly mad at you, then they're still mad at you. Okay? It's about them. So relax. Don't take it personally. In other words, don't take it personally. How many of you went into the patient room and got refused? Hey, you chaplain, I don't need you. Okay? How many of you experienced this? Raise your hand. Yeah, see? Did you take it personally? Sometimes we do, but most of the times we don't, because we know when we relax, we know that they're pretty much into themselves. Something's happening with them. Okay? Sometimes you're refused in the morning and you're chased in the afternoon because their circumstance changed. Yeah. Many times our presence remind them about the imminent death. When their loved ones is declining, our presence may remind them about imminent death, so they don't want us to be there. But after that happened, they really need us to be there to support. So don't take it personally. That's R. Okay? So solar, S-O-L-E-R. So is square, O is open, L, lean, E, eye contact engage, R, relax. Solar. And always keep this in mind. Wait until you get the whole picture. That's why I threw you a lot of curveballs today to help you remember. You need to wait until you see the whole picture. That's actively listening, okay? Your educator will ask you this over and over and over again because that's so important. Have you figured out their needs yet? Before you figure out their needs, before you do appropriate spiritual assessment and find out their needs, do not choose any intervention yet because you don't see the whole picture yet, because it may be totally opposite. You thought this is beautiful, and then they might be talking about their sour experience like mantis. You thought they're talking about beautiful flower, and turned out to be they're talking about fear. Do not know until you see the whole picture, okay? Wait until the end. All right, question, thoughts? Good. All right. Now let's shift the gear and we'll do one of the most important things for the unit. Registration. You're going to be official. I want you to go to your website. Okay. acpe.edu. Type in acpe.edu. Right. And then you're here, I'm guessing. This is where it's supposed to be. acpe.edu. On top, about mid top at the center top, there is the word login, right? Click on the word login on top. For those who has login, go ahead. Login using your own your email and then password. For the new students, under the yellow box login, there's a second line. Click on the second line, don't have an account. The returning students, go ahead and log in. New students, click on the don't have an account. And then fill all the boxes, new students. Okay, let me tell you a caveat. When you put down your information, please use your regular email. Do not use rarely using email, okay? Use your regular email. And I'll tell you why later. For the returning students, do not change your email. Just keep using it. Okay. And then new students, after you put everything, click on create account. And then please make sure to write down your email and password on some other place, because you will have to come back later. You will have to come back later to this. I have seen quite a few students who did not write this down and hard time to come back later. And they had such a hard time because of that. Please write down your email and password. All right. Returning students, if you are logged in, raise your hand. Okay, put it down. You're still
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
I'm trying to find my password. I forget it, but I'll look for it.
Sure. It's very important for you to write down your password.
Yeah.
Very important. Because if you don't, it's really difficult to change it later. It'll be a pain for you. Okay, do not use rarely using email, okay? Use your regular email. There's a reason for that. So if you logged
We
in,
joining?
what's that?
Are we joining? It says join now.
I think you're joining a membership. I think you click on something else. Yeah. Yeah, don't join. Okay. So
Okay, I'm
after okay, good. After you logged in, your screen is supposed to be like this, like mine. You're supposed to see your name on top. Do you see your name on top?
Yes.
Okay. If you don't see your name on top, raise your hand. Everybody see their name on top?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Audrey, do you see your name on top? Okay, good. All right.
Oh.
Okay, very good. Now, click on your name on top. Click on your name on top. It'll get you to another screen. Which is this screen, personal snapshot. All right? Is everybody here? Personal snapshot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Scroll down a little bit, and on the left side, on the left column, you see this enroll in CPU unit. On the left column, enroll in CPU unit right here on the left. You see this?
Mm-hmm.
Click on enroll in CPU unit on the left column, and then you're supposed to come here. Okay? Now, do not go ahead of me from here. It's very important. Okay, stay right here. All right. Now, Jim, any question? Yeah, Jim, you click on 1A CP. Skip, you click on 1B, right? 1B.
1B.
Yeah, you're B. And then Jennifer, you're 1B. Kate, you're 1B, right? Okay. And Victor, you're 2B. And Alfred, you're 2B.
Yes.
Audrey, you're 1A. And Rem is 2A. Okay, everybody got that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Now click on your box. Click on your designated box. Do not go ahead of me. So, any questions so far? No. Now, you're supposed to be here. Student registration. Okay. Click in the box for center and type in central. And then click on the fourth one, which is CP of Central California. Okay. And this is not for the educators, only for the students. Okay. Everybody got that?
Yes.
And then click in the second box. Okay. And then, hold on. For James group. James Group, raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Only 3? 4. Only 4? Okay. So Skip, Ram, Jennifer, and Victor. Type in Joseph.
I think Jim is also my group.
Jim. Okay, Jim. Okay, all right. Okay. So Jim, type in Joseph. Okay. All right. Jim, Skip, Jennifer, Victor, and Ram. Okay. So those people type in Joseph. So when you type in Joseph, my name pops up and click on that. Okay.
Okay.
And then for the, who is it? The Donna's group, type in Rod. Okay. If you're Donna's group, type in Rod and click on Rodney Seeger. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You should not be confused with this. That'll be a big problem if you're confused. And then click on the start date. And then you get automatically today's date, right?
Yes.
And then click on the end date. And then there's today's date and it should change. So go into the box, pop-up box, click on 2025 and click on December and click on 31. So your end date will be December 31st, 2025. Start date is September 3, 25. Do not click on save yet. Do not. Okay. So I want you to make sure, read everything correctly from the first box, CP of Central California, educator. James group is me, Joseph. Donna's group is Rodney Seeger. Start date is 9/3, and that is 12/31. Okay. If you're 100% sure about so far, raise your hand. Okay. All right. Thank you. Now click on save. All right. Now you see like well done or good job or something like that.
Got it. Thanks.
Oh, got it. Thanks. Okay. Got it. That's so anticlimactic. All right. All right. So do you see got it? Thanks. Everybody see got it? Thanks.
Yes.
Anybody has not seen got it? Thanks. Audrey, do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. Perfect.
I see.
Good. Awesome. Oh, this saves me a lot of, because I have had students who didn't get it and then ask me to change it, and it's like month to change it. And okay, thank you so much. All right, let me remind you again. Please, please, please write down the email and password you used, because I have seen. I'm not considering you like a baby, but I have seen students who missed and had hard time to retrieve. Why is this important? Because by the end of this unit, you will receive final educator's evaluation to this email that you used. Does it make sense? So if you don't use this email, pretty much you'll feel oblivious. Oh, what happened? Where is that? Okay. Make sure you write it down with password. Thank you, guys. Any questions so far? No? All right. Let's have a 10-minute break. Okay, let's regroup. Donna, you got the email from Alice being late, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you can walk her through about the registration, right?
Yes.
Okay. For this hour, let me show you. So this is the schedule of the orientation for today. We started with registration and team building, and then we're going to do a little bit of handbook, student handbook. And then the last hour for the morning will be feelings and facts, more things. And then you'll have lunch. After lunch, Chaplain Donna will do didactic on trauma-informed care. And then Chaplain James will do didactics on empathy, sympathy, and burnout, and grief and loss. The last hour for today will be passion-focused conversation. Okay. So this hour I'll spend for student handbook. I know how much you love student handbook, right? I assume all of you have spent enough time on this before you came. Okay. I want to remind you that this is your responsibility to read it through, not mine. Okay. I'll just skim it through for you. If you did not receive student handbook, let me know so I can send it again. But I assume you all received. So for this hour, I'll talk a little bit.
All right. I'm sorry. Did the student handbook come in to the email?
Yes, I sent it long time ago when I first sent out the mandatory, the invitation to mandatory orientation.
Okay.
Did you receive it?
Okay, I will go back and get
Yeah,
it.
there's a long list of attachment in that email.
Okay.
Right. You need to read it thoroughly, okay? It's a long handbook. I know it's a headache, but at least I want you to skim through. There's some policies I want you to be aware of, which is one of this is there's a procedures for discipline and withdrawal. So when you do not behave appropriately, there can be some discipline or even withdrawal. Okay. As you can imagine, one of the reasons can be you do not turn in your assignments the right appropriate manner and time, and then at your assignment place, you do not behave appropriately in your speech and action. There can be some discipline as well. So I just want to remind you about this, but this is common sense. Right? I just want to remind you that when you talk and interact with the staff, whether it's a staff chaplains or the other discipline staff in the hospital, please be aware of your role and then who you represent. You represent not just yourself, but also the whole pastoral care team and also CP of Central California. Okay, so be aware of what you say and how you behave. Especially when you crack jokes, be careful about what kind of jokes you crack. Even though you do not intend that way, sometimes it could be delivered in unintended ways, and unintended message can be delivered. Just please be careful about what you say. It can be understood as harassment even. Okay, so please be careful about that. So that's what's about procedure for discipline and withdrawal. 3.7 talks about standards of professional ethics and policy. I want you to go to 3.7 and the standards of professional ethics policy and read it through. Bottom line is you need to show or act with at least some amount of respect for others and draw the boundary so that you can respect others' culture, others' circumstances, others' belief, others' backgrounds. Okay, so that's all this ethics policy is based upon. Okay. I do not want you to, I do not want to walk you through all every detail, but I want you to pay attention to this ethics 3.7. Basically about you need to show respect. Okay, write this down, please. So by the end of tonight, I want you to go to 3.9 and to the initials and sign and then send it to me. It's called the agreement for training. And the purpose of this to provide an agreement for training between the student and the CP educator, and that outlines critical features of the CP program. So you're going to say, I agree with this code of professional ethics and standards of professional practice. I agree to pay the tuition and timely payment. I agree the communication regarding pastoral care and authorization to provide and document patient visitation and special care, use of educational materials, sharing of written final evaluations, recording for education. Okay. All right. So I want you to do initials and then sign and then send it to me. Okay. And 3.9. Three point 10 is about provision for completion of a unit of training. One unit of training consists of 300 hours of clinical work and 100 hours of classroom work. Okay, so you need to do all of those. And keep that in mind that you are going to do your best to complete all these 300 hours of clinical work and 100 hours of classroom work. If you miss a class, you need to do makeup work, and then how you can make it up, and you can talk about it with your educator. For the 300 hours of clinical work, please calculate in advance appropriately. So it's going to be pretty much you need to do about 18 hours of work a week and times 16, and pretty much you'll be done by the end of the unit for the 300 hours. Okay, so please plan ahead of time. And you were given the clinical hour log sheet, which you need to report to your educator and also to your on-site preceptor on one email, okay, at the end of each week. On one email. Do you remember the clinical hour log sheet you received? You don't, okay. That was a part of the attachment, but I'll send you again. It is this I'm talking about. Okay, so It's 9/3/25 until 12/31. Okay, your name and then OSP, and then each week you need to log your hours that you worked and put the total, the right column. Okay, and also each week I want you to add it up, sum it up on the right, bottom right corner. Okay, so that you know, and then your OSP and then your educator know by the end of each week. Yes, Skip.
For those of us who are full-time, is your recommendation we pick 2 days out a week or get our 300 done early, or what's the best practice if we're doing 40 hours?
Yeah, so my recommendation for you is to, I mean, now that you got the permission from your OSP that you can count your work hours into your clinical hours, so it's up to you, but I would rather ask you to just log about 20 hours a week.
Perfect.
Okay, steadfastly. Yeah. Even though you're double dipping, you still know, which time you use for CPE. Okay. The same thing with Kate. Yeah. Yeah. You guys are the same. The same thing with Jim as well. Yeah. Jim and Skip and Kate. Yeah. All three of you. That's the rule for you guys. Alfred is the same. Any other question? Okay. I'm going to send this to you too. Again, I understand that, especially when you begin, it's kind of confusing. There's so many, documents to turn in, but don't hesitate to ask me and then ask for another document. I'm not afraid. I don't feel bothered to send you again. Okay. All right. Any other question? No. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Who is the question?
I mean, Joseph. Yeah. So the time window for 300 hours is December 31st.
Yes. So that's a good question. Even though your class will be ended on December 16th, which is your graduation day, you still have 2 more weeks to complete your 300 hours.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. That's a good question. Okay. Let me move on. Okay, and then the completion training. For video conferencing policy, so do your best not to log on to Zoom while you're driving. Okay, it's very dangerous. So I want you to pull over before you log on. Okay, I understand that sometimes you have to log on in the car, in the parking lot, it's okay, but not while you're driving. It's too dangerous. That's the main thing of the video conferencing policy. We do not recommend you to log on while you're driving. Okay. Interpersonal relations group, IPR, or they're all different names for it, but I'll have a didactic for this, so I'll just keep it for later. Okay, that's chapter 3. Chapter 4 is the main contents about our curriculum. Okay, all right, this is the exciting part. I will not talk about the history of our center or other circumstances or environments or hospitals. I want you to read it all, okay? Rather, I want to spend more time on here. 4.2 is really, really important. Okay, it's about the outcomes and indicators, okay? All right. CPE has these outcomes and indicators, which are our goals to accomplish by the end of each unit. So I want you to be acquainted with these terminologies, and I want you to be acquainted with the logics behind this so that you know what you're getting at in your unit. So each unit has different goals, different levels of goals, okay? Speaking of outcomes and indicators for us to accomplish, there are 5 categories. Category A, spiritual formation and integration. B, awareness of self and others. C, relational dynamics. D, spiritual care interventions. E, professional development. Okay? Under these 5 categories, there are outcomes, subcategories. And under these outcome, subcategories, there are indicators. Okay? Again, each level has different goals. How are they different? Most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, the outcomes for 1A is about understanding. So your goal is to be able to demonstrate your understanding. Okay, it's not about practicing. It's about understanding the concept. Okay, that's 1A. So all the new students, your goal is not to be able to completely practicing these goals, but to be able to understand the concept. That is your goal. So do not overstress yourself, okay, for the unit. If you are the first unit students, even to understand the new terminologies and new patterns of behavior, to be acquainted with this might be overwhelming for you, but that's your goal. For 1B is to be able to articulate that you're using it. So start using it, these concepts and theories, skills, and that you're able to explain why you did it. And the way you did is what you did, what I did. This is what I did according to what theory. So you are able to articulate or explain and start using it. That's 1B. 2A is to regularly using it. Regularly using it. Okay? Now you're very capable of doing it. Okay? 1B is like start doing it and explain, I'm doing this. 2A is that you're regularly doing it. You're very capable. Okay? 2B, not only being able to do it regularly, but also every now and then when you see you're misfiring, you recalibrate, and then you become the educator for yourself and change the course and choose different intervention and make an effective result. So you'll continue to see this word evaluate. That's what it means. Okay. All right. Yeah. I closed off your faces so I can just focus on this documents. I don't see your faces now. So anybody has a question, just stop me. Okay. Now let's move into the specific. No, before I get into specific. So by the end of the unit, you will be evaluated on each indicator at 4 different levels. 1, not engaging. 2 is improvement. 3, meets expectation. 4, exceeds expectation. And they will be given different grades, okay, between 4 to 10. The total score is above 80%. You'll meet all the requirements and then move on to the next level, okay? If it's below 80%, you will meet all those requirements, but you will not be able to move on. If it's below 50%, I think you'll have a half point, I think. Where is it? Yeah. You'll have a, there's explanation. Hold on. Yeah, right here. Yeah, you'll have a half credit. Okay. If it's between 50% and 69%. Okay. And if it's below 49%, it's a 0 credit. Yeah, don't worry, it won't happen to you. Okay, let's get into more specific. Under category A, there's outcome 1, narrative history. And 1A, identify this indicator 1A1. for 1A. You get at this, which is identify formative and transformative experiences in your narrative history and their significance to your spiritual journey. Okay. Donna, would you mind explaining this? What it means and 1A1, identify formative and transformative experiences in your narrative history and their significance to your spiritual journey.
I think of it as how you're able to recognize within your lived experience, your faith journey, your culture, etc., how it shows up in your care as a chaplain. So you're able to identify aspects in your spiritual journey that are reflected in your spiritual care receivers.
Very good. Thank you, Donna. So I can give an example. So I grew up in a huge family, extended family. My dad had 8 siblings. So I had many uncles, many aunts, many cousins. And then I was the oldest of my generation. So wherever I went, my role was like a drill sergeant. So I was the person who keep people straight, and I was the person who show up to rescue and help. So it has been my second nature, so whenever I see somebody was in need, and I just jump in and to start helping. Okay, that has been my formative experience. It formed me to become like a helper. Okay, so when I enter into patient room, I tend to jump to help first, even before they ask me for help. So I am aware of this tendency. I'm aware that how this has, what kind of significance does it have to my spiritual journey? See how it influences me? So if you're 1A, if you're able to identify this, then you met the goal. Okay. How about transformative? So when I was junior in high school, I was found that I was colorblind. And before that, I was always thinking about becoming a medical doctor. I was one of the top rankers in the class. I thought I would be going into that field. But after that, I was found colorblind. Everything just shut down. Okay, I just lived my life in the que sera, sera, whatever will be. Okay, it just totally changed my perspective to see the world. Okay, and then I started finding a true value of meaning of my life in a totally different sense, and I wandered around. It changed me. And after it transformed me and my identity from the medical doctor person to this wanderer, I had a deeper understanding of those people who had to wander in their wilderness, better understanding and better compassion heart, better empathy for them. Okay. And then this actually has helped me to, when I enter into patient room, to better connect with those who wander around for their own issues and issues of their lives. So if you can identify this, what was formative, what was transformative, and how does it impact me, the way I help or provide care for them? If you can identify that, you met the goal. Okay. 1B, not only to identify, but also practicing it. Okay. So for example, I know I have this, I can identify my formative experience and how it impacts me. So I start differentiating my own experience, my own tendency of becoming a helper, and I put it down and put it aside for a while so I can focus on just listening. I'm doing it. Okay. See the way I'm explaining it? If you can explain it that way, you met the goal. Okay. 2A, use knowledge of behavioral sciences to understand how your narrative history informs your values and beliefs about spiritual care. So when I meet with a patient who reminds me of myself, like being like a superhero, Superman, suffering from Superman syndrome, and this reminds me of myself. So either I get like a better connected with them, or I just mad at them, because this reminds me of my shade or shadow. And then when that happens, I know that this is, I can understand this because this has to do with my countertransference, which is part of behavioral science. So I have this knowledge of my behavioral science about countertransference. I can make different shades and just focus on that care. Okay, that's what I'm doing regularly. Then you met the goal, 2A's. 2B, not only that, evaluate your integration of how knowledge of behavioral sciences informs your practice of spiritual care through the lens of your narrative history. So 2A is like you can regularly doing it, but 2B is even when you make a mistake, you come back to that. And then you say, you know, so for example, Kate, you write it verbatim on your visit. And then not only, even before you bring it to the class, while you're writing a verbatim on it, you could tell that this is what I saw in me happening. So this is why I chose different course, different intervention. So because I chose different intervention, it ended up like with a better result. And this is how I all assess, you know, the way I provided care. Okay. So if you can evaluate this way, even before you bring it to the class, okay, if you can become your own educator, that you can say that I was able to evaluate, okay, about how I integrated my knowledge and the way I practice. Oh, yeah, somebody did circled. Because you are the host, and whatever you do, it shows up. All right. Any questions so far? You have to stop me, okay, when you have a question. 2A, not 2A, 1A2. Articulate awareness upon reflection of when a care encounter intersects with elements of your narrative history. So remember, when I enter into a patient room, somebody reminded me of my mom who got abused from my dad, okay? And then you were not able to recognize it in the middle of the visit, but after you finished, okay, while you're writing on verbatim, or while you discuss it in the class, during the class about that, you got to know, oh, that's what happened, okay? If you could do that, if you are aware of that, even after the visit, you start being aware of that, then you met the goal. 1B, you start recognizing in the moment, in the middle of the visit, okay? Then you met the goal for 1B. So the difference? Okay. So by the time you bring it to the class, you are able to talk about it, articulate it. Well, this is what happened during the class. Okay. All right. Outcome 2, social cultural identity. 1A3, 1A, new students. Demonstrate a knowledge of your social identity as related to spiritual care. If you know what is your social identity and how they are related to your spiritual care, if you know, then you met the goal. Okay? So what is social identity? Anybody remember? All students, veterans, what is social identity? Anybody? All students?
Your zip code, your background, education, race, gender, sexual orientation, those identifiers, see where you interact, where your intersection is.
Very good. Wow. Who is your educator?
Chris
happen to be my friend.
And James, James is now, yes.
Right.
Chris was, yes.
Right. That's right. Wow, Chris did a great job. Yeah. Okay. That's a good answer. So social identity, social identity is a person's sense of who they are based on their group membership. So where do I belong, simply put? Okay, their sense of where I belong is social identity. Groups can include social class, family, football team, religion. Oh, I'm the fan of this football team, that football team, and okay, that baseball team. And I go to this church, I go to that church. They're all social identity, grouping. Okay. Psychologist Henry Tedgefield and John Turner developed this concept. Okay. So simply put, when you think about social identity, I want you to think about this. So ethnicity, okay? Socioeconomic status, gender, sex, okay? How can you tell the difference between gender and sex? Anybody remember? Veterans?
I can tell gender is between the years and sex is a physical orientation.
Yeah, thank you. But you're not a veteran student. Yeah, so sex is the differentiation that you were given biologically from parents, right? Gender is something that you can claim, that you can identify with, okay? So you can change from your biological sex after you're born. Sexual orientation, national origin, first language, physical, emotional, developmental ability or disability. Like I claim to be colorblind. Okay, that's part of my social identity as well. And age, religious or spiritual affiliation, race, ethnicity. How does it affect your visit? Okay. Let me give you the real example. This is a survey, there's nothing good or bad. Which gender and then age group you feel more comfortable with? For example, if it's an old female group or old male patients, which group do you feel more comfortable with to visit with? Or it doesn't matter? It doesn't matter? Doesn't matter, raise your hand. Okay. All female patients you feel more comfortable with, raise your hand. All male group you feel more comfortable with, raise your hand. Okay. Again, there's nothing wrong or bad or good. Let me share a story of one of my students many years ago. He was a great chaplain intern, and he was praised for his caring attitude, great communication style, empathy. And then one day he brought a verbatim about his visit with older female. And for some reason, he got numb before this old female patient. And on his verbatim about her, he was listening to the older female and ready to do whatever he wanted him to do. It was not the chaplain role he was playing. He got numb, and he was more than ready to do whatever she wanted him to do. But in his mind, there's some emotion of anger boiling up. And so we asked him, so what's happening in you? Why? Is this for a time that you feel this way? And then he said, no, for some reason, whenever I meet with older female patients, I do like this. Guess what? Who did the older female remind him of? Any guess?
Mother.
Yes.
His mom, yeah.
His mother, who happened to be abusive
Mhm.
and very oppressive. So he had such a abusive experience with his mother while he was growing up, and he hated his mother. But he never discussed it, he never talked about it, he never processed it. So his emotion was still inside, pressed down. So whenever he met with this older female, and he wanted to just spit it out, but he couldn't do it, and he got numb. Amygdala hijacking. So this is how your social identity might impact your visit. Okay, why? When I meet with a certain group of patients, like older, female, social identity patients, when I meet with this kind of patients, why do I get stuck? Why do I get numb? See how it impacts social identity? Your social identity and their social identity, how they can interact with each other and then become a stumbling block or helper. Okay, that's how you use your social identity. Okay, it actually happens much more often than you think. All right, let's go back. So that's social identity. So that's 1A. If you know this concept, you met your goal. 1A. 1B. Articulate how your social identity informs your approach to spiritual care. So if you were able to explain the way I did just ago, okay, I knew how it impacts. Okay, that's 1B. And then you start using it in your visit. You start using it in your visit. Okay, and then you start articulate how it impacted you. Then you met your goal. You start using it. 1B. 1A, understand the concept. 2A, demonstrate how your social identity interacts with the care receiver's social identity regularly. Okay, not just after the visit, but in the middle of the visit, in the middle of the visit, regularly you do it. Regularly. That's key difference between 1B and 2A. 2B, evaluate your integration of how knowledge of society informs your practice of spiritual care. So let's say at the beginning of the visit, you find something's boiling in you. Okay, when you visit a certain group of patients and you don't know what that is. And then about the middle of the visit, you understand, oh, this is about the social identity, clicking. And then you remind yourself, okay, I should stop being stumbled by my past social identity or my own social identity or my mom's social identity, which I'm reminded of. Make differentiation, push them away and change different course. Okay. And then you talk about it on your verbatim even before you bring it to your class. Okay. You become your educator. Then you're to be. Evaluate. 1A4, articulate awareness upon reflection when a care encounter intersects with others' social identity. Is that right? Hold on. Yeah, elements of one's social identity. So 1A3 is know the concept. 1A4 is after the visit, when you write the verbatim or when you talk about it during the class, oh, that's how the social identity influenced me. And that's how my social identity and their social identity intersected with each other. Okay? Then that 1A4 you met. 1B4. 1B. Demonstrate awareness in the moment. Okay? Not when you write about it. In the middle of the visit, you are aware. Okay? Of the intersection. Outcome 3, spiritual values based upon value-based orienting systems. So this is about orienting system. 1A5, describe how your values and beliefs about spiritual care are part of your orienting systems. Okay, what is orienting system? Any veterans can explain what this orienting system is about?
The orienting system can be described as a summation of one's narrative, history, cultural and ethnic background, and where one finds core values.
Very good. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you, Victor. Yeah. No wonder you're about to graduate. Orienting system is all the things that orients us. Okay. In the back of our mind, what orients us to go which direction? Okay. Our culture, our faith, the way we grew up. Okay. Anything that orients us is we'll call that orienting system. Why orienting system is important? Okay, let me give you one example. The U.S. Force Colonel John Boyd developed a strategy to help pilots manage jet plane flight's complex, chaotic environment. Okay, when you drive your airplane, jet airplane, fighter plane, many times you get confused between which side is land and which side is the sky. Okay, so you need to continue to this loop. It's called the OODA loop. Okay, you observe and collect all the data that comes into you through your eyes and all different sensory organs, and collect the data. After you collect the data, you still need to orient them. Orient. Okay? You need to decide which one you can trust, which one you should not trust. Okay? And then out of that, you decide and you act. Before Colonel John Boyd, this step called orientation was not there. So it's only observe, decide, and act. And many airplanes just crash the lane. So you need to add this part, which is called orient. Okay? Because when the jet planes reach a certain speed and height, the pilot could become completely disoriented, believing that they weren't the right way up. In fact, they were upside down. So this is what we call orient. In other words, we have been influenced by so many influences from our church, our culture, our faith, our personal experiences from our parents, our beliefs. But out of all of these things, okay, we oriented, we chose, pick and choose, okay? And out of this collected and chosen data, we make a decision. This is very important, okay? And in other words, orienting system is our value system. Out of all those data, we choose a certain collection as valuable data. We use them and we call them values, guidelines, principles. And on this, we act. Okay? So this is a little embarrassing, but let me share this with you. So one of my orienting system is this. I grew up in very patriarchal country, very patriarchal culture. I grew up in Confucianism, okay, which is very hierarchical. In this culture, men are not supposed to smile or cry, because I'm macho. And also I was trained in the military. I was in the military. In the boot camp, when the drill sergeant sees somebody who's smiling and they just approach you and then smack on your face and say, "Don't you ever show me your teeth. You show me one more time your teeth, I'm going to pull all those and smack on your face." That's the way I grew up. That is my orienting system. I thought I was doing good by not showing my emotion. That is my orienting system. Okay. Of course, I had all different experiences, but I chose to see it as my values, and that was my principles based upon I lived. Now, it became a hindrance for me to become an effective chaplain. Does it make sense? So how and when you can recognize that when it happens in the middle of your visit, when you see somebody, a man who's not manly man, who's crying all over, and somehow in your mindset, because of your orienting system, you may pity them and just make judgment on them. Don't you ever grow up. And how can you evaluate yourself and then change the course and provide different intervention? Does it make sense? That's how you use your orienting system. Sometimes it works on your for your good. Sometimes it becomes your hindrance. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, questions?
I recognize that a quick example, growing up in my blue collar Democratic family in Ohio, the worst thing to be was lazy. They would talk about someone, or they're lazy. So that was embedded. And what I found was when I came across a patient that was maybe had social disadvantages, I found that I was harder on them because my conclusion was, well, you must be lazy. Well, that was very problematic because there's a system that held them down, life, external factors. But I realized, you could be anything in my family. You could be a bigot, you could be homophobic, but by God, you better not be lazy. And I had to, it affected me on how I would judge people who I perceived, or my inability to rest and to take care because I didn't want to be lazy.
Right.
That was so strong, and that really has come out through life in many different ways. And CPE certainly bring that out.
Yeah.
Another quick example.
Very good example. Yeah. Very good example. So that orienting system, you value that principles. Again, it's influencing you in both ways, in a good way, in a bad way. Yeah. It helps you to become a really good chaplain, but also it's kind of become a hindrance, depending on how you use it. So that's how the orienting system impacts us. Good example. Any other comments?
Yeah, I think one of the things I run into is in the jail system, in terms of my orienting system, the biggest common thing is being an immigrant. Rest of my upbringings, everything rarely plays in.
Yeah.
I'm in interfaith setting, right? Other than the fact I'm an immigrant, and I have to be very conscious about that part of orienting system because I have a deeper sense of empathy when I see another immigrant going through the hardship.
Right.
The processes, systems, unknowns, lack of control, helplessness,
Yeah.
all those emotions that come in,
Yeah.
it becomes very quickly relatable.
Yeah. Right. That's a biggie. Yeah. And in fact, you said very important topic, and this is actually both ends. This also has to do with social identity as immigrants, and also there's a culture, and what can I say? The values and principles as immigrants. Yeah. So it's both ways. It's orienting system and also social identity, which is huge. Yeah. Which is huge. Thank you.
Part of my caregiving right now, I have this pro bono lawyers outside who have offered support for undocumented people who are in the prison. And I carry that information to them and ask them not to live out of fear, but reach out and have some kind of assistance with them. It's almost like a resourcing.
Right.
In addition to spiritual care, becomes my modus operandi. And a lot of that is coming from my particular orienting system, the drive to do that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So again, thanks so much for mentioning this, because when you enter into patient room, you'll see many complicated cases that involves both social identity and also orienting system. Let me give you one example. So speaking of faith background, do not be fooled by the superficial labeling of their faith background. For example, some people will say, I'm Baptist. You know what? There are thousands of Baptist traditions. Some Baptists are way, 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 way liberal. Some Baptists are way, 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 way Pentecostal even. So being a Baptist, you don't be fooled by that. So they have diverse social identity and also orienting system. Okay. So again, actively listen, and until you get the whole picture, wait until you get the whole picture. Yeah, you'll be surprised. And even for those folks who claim to be Baptist, you'll be surprised to hear from them until the end, and they say, actually, I hate me being Baptist because of this and this and this. Then you'll be surprised unless you pay attention and they actively listen and get the whole picture. Okay? So orienting system is so diverse, so thick and so deep. Good comments. Thank you. Any other comments? I love this interaction. Educators, do you have some comments? Okay.
One of the growing edges for me, in line with what you just said about Baptist, Joseph, was to realize when someone told me they were Christian, but they weren't Christian, I was Christian. There's no equal sign, even though at the time I identified as Christian. So that was always helpful to keep that in mind. Said there's many versions of every tradition.
Well said, Tana. Yeah. Even though they say Christian, I mean, it's a huge umbrella. And the way they were raised in the same church might be different. In the same church might be different. Yes, Alfredo.
Yes, like myself, I raised as a Catholic, and when I came to USA, I find out that it's totally different. The Catholic system right here than the Catholic system in South America. It's totally different.
Yes. Yeah. Even though they claim to be the same Catholic, I mean, very different culture. Yes. Yeah. Yes, Alice. Yeah, go ahead, Alice.
I think I will also say for me it's a big time growing edge because our orienting system is a reality that has a lot of value. But it can also be the biggest problem.
Yes, exactly.
Because you come to care through the lens of your orienting system. And that lens that you use might be that which it becomes like a framework that is you have lots of assumptions about the care recipient. You use those biases, you use that framework to do your work, but then it becomes really in tension with, oh my God, my orienting system, I need to package it out the door before I come in so I can do the clinical work, right? So it's like my orienting system teaches me as somebody who is so big on human rights, on quote unquote fixing, quote unquote stepping in, trying to solve problems. That's who I am. That's what orients me. But that is the problem because it comes to this tension.
Exactly.
That you are always like, God, give me self-awareness. So those biases, I should keep it checked. I should keep it. But we are who we are, and those becomes the biggest treasure, but the biggest burden as a chaplain. So to me, is something that I think in chaplaincy class, in my chaplaincy classes, my formation and my entire life will becomes something I have to be aware every day. I don't think there'll be a point where I say I get it, but I think it's my growing edge to I die.
in the work of chaplaincy, I would constantly have to be aware of my orienting system, but again and again put it on check.
Right. That's very important. I see a lot of growth, Alice. Wow. Who's the educator? Ooh.
Ask Donna, she'll tell you.
Oh, wow. Well, I see a change. Okay, good example. Yeah. Again, this is my embarrassing confession, but so before I came to America, I was very proud of being a gentleman. So I thought I was very gentle when I offered, the way to my sisters and my daughters, and then always said like ladies first. And one day my two daughters commented on me, "Dad, do you know that that's a sexist comment?" I was like, "What? How can this be a sexist comment? I'm being a gentleman, no?" And they said, "Dad, think twice. It can be a sexist comment." And it took me years to understand what I was doing. I was babying them. I was taking power away from them. Every now and then when I enter the patient room, I treat them as a baby. And they don't like that. When you touch their head and the hair, some patients hate that. So think twice. Why you do this? Is this you do this because they need, or you do this out of your orienting system? Sometimes it may be needed, sometimes it's not needed. And then double check where you're coming from. Yeah. Jennifer, you're smiling.
Yeah.
Almost like, now you got it, Joseph.
Yeah, I think I have actually one still struggling with, I really struggle with calling people by their first name, especially an elderly person. My culture, it's not somehow acceptable, like it doesn't show respect. But coming here is totally different.
Yes.
And I find myself sometimes, going back to what I'm used to. But I'm I'm aware of it now and trying to see how I can always remind myself now this is US, different culture.
Very good example, Jennifer. Is it very simple? It's a powerful example. Okay. So you are recognizing these different orienting systems, one thing. And then how you're going to use it for the sake of meeting the patient needs is the other thing. Okay. So if you can recognize that and use it for the sake of meeting the patient's need, you're 1B. Okay. 1A is understand and knowing the concept difference. 1B is using it for the sake of meeting the needs. So in other words, even though it may not rhyme together with your orienting system, you're more than ready to do it for the sake of the patient's needs, if that's what they need. Does it make sense? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Wow. This is good interaction. I love this. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back.
Good to see you, Donna.
Good to see you. This has been a whirlwind day.
Oh, what happened?
I'm orienting new staff.
Oh, yes. Oh my.
Yeah. So you know.
Mm.
Try not to give
James,
them a horrible experience.
James, I really loved your email that you sent this morning. Thank you so much for that.
Rand, what did you say?
What did you say?
Yeah, I was telling the other Reverend James about the email you sent this morning.
Oh,
it was so beautiful. Thank you so much for sending that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I missed that. I'm so sorry. Thank you for saying that. I wonder other interns got my email as well.
how are you doing? Are you doing good? That's Kate. When did you come back home?
You mean from vacation?
Oh, was it from vacation or from work?
Yeah, I was actually on vacation for a few days over Labor Day weekend, and then I worked the first just yesterday, and now I'm doing this, so I'll work Saturday too.
Okay.
Struggling.
Hang in there, Kate.
That's how we do it, man. I worked all 3 days of the Labor Day weekend.
Oh. If you can run away from it, enjoy.
Exactly.
All right. How's Jim doing?
Doing great.
Okay. How surprising it is, the contents and then the way we interact. Is it familiar or as expected or?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
I think it's going great. I'm everyone's so nice and pleasant, and I'm very used to being on Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, everything's going great.
All right. Those contents are as expected or something new?
Yeah, I mean, I did some CPE, as I mentioned in my interview at Durham Veteran Assistance Hospital.
You're right. Yeah, you almost finished.
And I almost finished, but
gotcha.
And I'm sure we'll get into talking about, but
gotcha.
Talking about awareness of self and others. It's just I did drop out of that because my dad passed away in a car accident. So, talking about orienting systems, so much of who he was and our parents, and
yes, it's a big part of orienting system. Yes.
Yeah, just geography. I'm thinking of all of that. So, in my experience back at Durham VA, and so a lot of this is familiar, and everything's
coming
going
back.
Yeah, it's coming back. So
yeah. Thanks for sharing, Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Our parents are a big part of our orienting system. Yeah, you miss them a lot. Thank you. Audrey, how's Audrey doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Enjoying listening to the conversation in general, and listening to the different experiences. For me, I worked in a state hospital. It's a secured facility for sex offenders. And okay, James, I see you. And so I had to learn how to treat people, and to treat people based on being people, and not based on their backgrounds or their crimes that they had committed, or anything else going on in their life. So I've been retired now for about 8 years. So this whole conversation is bringing me back to that. and I was able to do it, and I enjoyed doing it. But of course, being retired, being in my own world, my own community, my church, my where people are like me, and thinking like me. I've gotten kind of comfortable. So this conversation is kind of bringing that back.
Okay.
And,
welcome back.
Yeah. And I did it for 37 years. And so I believe I can do it again. But
yes, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah. Welcome back, Audrey. I know you're not a newbie in this world. Good. All right. So it seems like everybody has at some level of exposure and understanding in this field. Good. All right. Next hour, we'll talk about both and, which is also, I believe, an essential concept of pastoral care. Feelings and facts. Okay. This is very important. In many, it has to do with so many different indicators: self-awareness, empathy, spiritual assessment. Yeah. So all different indicators this dialectic has to do with. So both and, between many things, and especially between feelings and facts. We are so accustomed to doing either or between many things, and specifically between feelings and facts. But how can we do it both and? Parker Palmer, my guru, theorist, and educator, talked about broken paradox, and he said, education in the Western world is driven by a commitment to thinking in polarities. Western education is filled with broken paradoxes and lifeless results. We separate the head from the heart. Minds do not know how to feel. Hearts do not know how to think. We separate facts from feelings, and ignorant emotions reduce truth to how one feels today. Theories that have little to do with life are disconnected from practice that is uninformed by understanding. We are so good at doing either or. We just focus on feeling, or just facts, and facts. Okay. And sometimes seesaw. How can we do both and? I'm not talking about both and in just feelings, facts, but in general in our life, we tend to think in polarities. Like, for example, when you're asked, are you a good son, are you a good daughter, are you a good husband, wife, or bad? Okay, we think of ourselves this way. Am I good mom? Am I a good pastor? Am I a good chaplain or a bad chaplain? Am I a good mom, bad mom? Okay, but reality is we are good enough mom. We're good enough chaplain with some growing edges, and we have to accept it as worthy and valuable. Okay. When you make a visit to the patient room, your heart keeps challenging you. Was it good visit or a bad visit? The reality is you made a good enough visit with some growing edges. How can you be okay with that? To be both and. Okay, that's what I want to talk about. Okay, so somebody asks you, so who is the good chaplain in this room? And you could say, Donna is, or James is. I'm not. And I hope you can all accept yourself as good enough chaplain. And good enough with some growing edges. What's wrong with some growing edges? Everybody has some growing edges. Okay? I want you to be okay with some growing edges. We're not used to this. So we think like everybody except me is perfect. I'm the only one who's not perfect. Okay? It's, again, polarities. Reality is I'm as good as they are with some growing edges. I'll do all that I can with whatever I have, wherever I am. And I'll let good enough be good enough. Don't take yourself wrong. You're not here because you're not good. Okay? That's not why you're here. You're already good enough. Kate, Jim, Skip, all of you are already a RAM. You're already functioning in your full capacity as a good enough chaplain. Okay? You're not here because you're a bad chaplain. You're good enough already. Don't forget that. What's wrong with having some growing edges? Okay? We'll continue to grow. Okay? That's the mindset I want you to have. Because why this is important? Because this changes the way you provide care to the patients. When you enter into the patient room thinking that maybe I'm not good enough, chaplain, that comes out and it influences your visit. They smell it, they sense it right away. As you walk into their room, they smell it right away. Because you're not providing a skill, you're providing your presence. Okay? If you're not confident enough, you're offering them not confident enough presence. If you're confident enough in you saying that, oh, I'm good enough. Hey, how are you? I'm Chaplain Kate. You don't need to say any further because they have enjoyed already. Okay? They have appreciated already. That's what I'm trying to get you at. Don't you ever forget that. Same thing with all the new students as well. You're all good enough already. So, we'll do some practice. Okay? How easy for us to be confused in this concept and just focus on one thing. How can we do balance between these two in real pastoral care setting? Okay? We'll listen to some nursery song. In other words, children's song. Okay? And trying to practice these things. How can you do both and feelings and facts? Okay. All right, so on your chat box, I want you to write down any feelings that come up to you, to your mind. Okay? We're going to watch this nursery song entitled Three Blind Mice. I think you've heard this before. The storyline is very simple. Don't worry about the lyrics, just focus on the feelings, okay? Any feelings that arise in your mind, just put it in the chat box. Okay? More than 3 per person. Okay? Don't wait until the end, just put it in the box. All right.
They all run away from the farmer's wife.
only two feelings. Oh, you guys were feeling something. Donna. Oh, no, it's not. No, right. Ram, joy, Skip, happy. They're there. There are three and not just one. Okay, that's good. Ram, delight. Jennifer, excitement. Skip, contentment. Okay, what are you content with?
They seem to be content that they're together,
right.
Or whatever they're doing, either at the house or going to the moon.
Kate, confused. What are you confused with, or what are they confused with?
Well, from the beginning, when they ran out of their hole, first one was 2 red teapots. That was just neutral, but then they ran out of their hole, and everything they were doing was like a seeing person. Like they ran right to the table, climbed up the table.
Right.
So I just wondered about the other senses that would be important.
Yeah. Confused. Jennifer, friendship. Skip, joyful adventure. Jim, happy together journey. Donna Liz. Who's Donna Liz? Alice? Oh, there's Alice. Okay, right. Sadness. Oh, why sad, Alice?
Well, they are literally blind, right? They are blind. They can't see what's coming.
Oh, they cannot see what's going on. Okay.
Yeah, they can't see what is coming. Looks like their tails are cut off. They're just unaware, you know. So it's a good sound. The songs sound good, but it's really embedded in it is deep vulnerability.
Oh, that's it. Jennifer, support. What do you mean support? Is it feeling? You feel supported?
Yes.
Okay. Supported by whom?
The way they were holding each other's hand.
Okay. Support with each other. Okay. All right.
Each other, yeah.
Compassion. Okay. Kate, still confused. What are the other senses? What do you mean the other senses? Kate.
Oh, for that, again, just like now they're on a moon with cheese running around. Like, again, they can see, but they can't see. And I'm glad that their bellies are full.
So they're not supposed to see, then they see.
Well, it's just, I just think someone, if it was blind, like, wouldn't we give them joy with other senses too? Like the hearing and the smelling and the feeling.
Oh, that's right. So they're not supposed to see, instead they're supposed to feel differently.
Well, it just seems like very seeing oriented movement, even though they're blind and they would have their own way of doing it. That would be lovely.
Okay. All right. Victor, collaboration. Where's Victor? Victor, this is not feeling words. Give me feeling words. How do you feel?
Well, they were there for each other.
Yeah, so this is not feeling words.
Well, its way to the rocket, they had not held together.
Yeah, so you're still describing. So how do you feel about that?
My feeling or their feeling?
Your feeling.
Oh, a lot of empathy. When
empathy.
That first there.
Okay.
Fun.
All right. Audrey, sad. Why sad, Audrey?
Initially, my first feeling was sad. Because they're blind, kind of similar to what Kay said, but because they were blind without any support, like they're just like let out of the hole, you know, and running around. And for me, well, at least today, when you see someone who can't see, they have some kind of support, whether it's a stick or a dog or a person, somebody that's helping to guide them.
Right.
And these little mice didn't have any of that.
Oh, I see. I see. All right. That's what you mean. You're sad for. You feel sad for them. Ram.
Sad for them.
That's right. Simple. Is this feeling? Simple feeling, Ram? What do you mean by
I think, I felt like this is minor feeling. wow, joy can be so simple, although they can't see and everything, they seem to be happy.
I see. So they're very simply joyful.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like it's like a lot of needs we think about, but instead of thinking about the needs, what makes us happy,
I see.
people who don't have a vision, there's such a simplicity of working together with fellow mice.
Even though they cannot see, they can simply just joyful. That's right. Kate, togetherness. Which is not a feeling, I think. Kate, what do you mean by this?
Yeah, I should have put warmth at togetherness, because in the middle there was a window shot with all three of them, and I thought at least they're together, glad. That's a good thing.
Gotcha. All right. Audrey, no support. Any feelings about this, Audrey?
No, that kind of went with my feelings of sadness for them.
Sadness.
In the beginning, and that's
because
why
they had no support.
Because they had no support.
Okay, gotcha.
You'll notice at the end, my feelings changed.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, James, joyful, 3 joyful, adventurous, loving. Okay, I like that. Kate, why is this feel so vision-oriented? So you're still bothered by the speech. Okay, when they are blind, still confused. Okay, gotcha. Thanks so much for being brutally honest, Kate. Audrey, happy. Okay, finally you're happy, Audrey. Jennifer, community, which is not a feeling, Jennifer.
I mean, sense of belonging.
Still not a feeling.
Oh.
How do you feel about this?
Accepted.
Yeah, Donna was showing feeling accepted. Okay, it's still getting there, but okay. All right. Alfredo, happy because of friendship. Victor, peaceful. Okay, thank you so much, Victor. That's okay. Jim, I guess I feel anxious. Okay, why anxious?
Well, they're blind, not able to see, and I just like there was a cat. They found, they got on a rocket ship.
Right.
And then,
Yeah,
but then
dangerous.
a lot of danger. What's going to happen next? They don't know. I don't know. I've never seen that video, but but at the end they got home and were tucked in by their mom, so that at the end they got safe through it all, through the journey of coming full circle. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Skip, happy because of all the cheese. Yes, finally somebody.
I just went with it. I thought, okay, they're having a good time. They're blind, but hey, they're happy. So I went on the ride. I just totally forgot.
The whole moon is cheese. The whole moon is cheese.
It's cheese.
Right. James, I'm curious. You put thumbs up for Jim when he said, I guess I felt anxious.
Yeah, in the first part of the song, because they were confused, the feeling generating anxious feeling to me.
Right.
Unknown world, getting into something, and maybe the feeling of our CP group here too, getting into unknown territory.
Yes. Okay. Thanks so much, James, for your comment. So it seems like these feelings may not necessarily have a lot to do with the feelings of the mice, because you feel anxious in the moment, and that might be kind of overlapped with this nursery song, because you can get it. You're confused, you're peaceful, you're happy, you're joyful. Okay. Now this time, can you push aside your feelings, whatever you felt, whether it's anxious, confused, joyful, peaceful, happy? Let's push them aside for a moment. This time, we're going to listen to this song again. This time, we'll focus on facts only, no feelings, no feelings. Trying to glean as many facts from the lyrics only. Let me say this again, from the lyrics only. Considering this song was written by an adult. Probably this song was written by an adult, right? Probably. Usually our songs, whether it's a nursery song or adult song, describes or portrays some sociological phenomena in the realistic world. What social phenomena or realistic event or some sort of storyline in the realistic world this song tried to portray? And they can answer Kate's confusion, because this does not look realistic. Of course, the way it portrayed in the song, in the video, was not realistic, because it can't happen. How can blind mice can run around and find cheese and even go to the moon and eat the cheese? It's not possible. Then what is happening here? What was the author of this song, the writer of this song, trying to deliver as a message? There's some message and effects, some sociological phenomena or event the writer was trying to portray. Okay, focus on lyrics and try to glean as many facts. No feelings. You ready? Put it in the chat box. Okay, let's look into chat box, see what you gleaned. Isn't it interesting song? Very interesting song, right? And can you believe there's so many nursery songs like this? Very sociological. Okay, let me see. Kate, disconnect between words and pictures, of course. Thank you. Word references to see, sight, in counter to blind subject matter. Yes, right. So all these things happening in the song, is it about real world or imagination? Probably imagination. Maybe their wishes that they could not experience in the real world. What might be happening in the real world? Maybe the first quarter of the video was the real world. When they came out, okay, they bumped into the jar, okay, because they were blind and they were running away from the farmer's wife for their life. And then after that, there's imagination problem. There's disconnect after that between the realistic world and pictures. Good catch. Skip, limitations. What limitation are you talking about?
Well, I mean, the sight impairment, the song, I mean, these are obviously figures that are less whole as we view wholeness with our senses. They're blind, 3 blind. I mean, there's big limitations here. Not 1, but 3.
Right. Yeah. They're very limited. Yeah. Remember this song and this experience, because sometimes you will walk into the patient room. At the first glance, you know they're limited. Even if that's not physical limitation, you know right away that they're limited in many ways, financially, whichever ways. But they sing, or they act like they say like, you know, they enjoy their life, and in somewhat like a bubbly manner, they describe their life in such a joyful manner. And you need to figure out what's happening here.
Yeah.
So the first thing that you could do is you name your feelings, and probably that's your feelings, and push it aside and focus on the facts and glean from the facts what's really happening here. And you see that there's a disconnection, there's a limitation. Jennifer, uncertainty. What do you mean uncertainty, Jennifer?
They were not certain about what comes next. Just, you know.
Yeah. So they're not certain about what comes next, what's your future, right? But they're in the moment. They're trying to enjoy or live the life in the moment, even though they're certain about what's going to come next. Okay? So if that's what they want, your role as a caregiver is not to feel sad for them or hurt for them, but just rhyme with them and stay where they are in the moment. Even though they're not certain about their future, if they want to enjoy their life or in the moment, you stay there where they are. Let me tell you a story. This is a real story. Some of you heard this before, but one day there was a children's hospital. And there's a window through which you can peep into the room of the child. And the child was playing with the little toy soldiers, and then he was smiling. He looked very happy and peaceful and comfortable. And at one point, in 1 second, I felt like it was so peaceful. This boy is so cute. Well, I'm glad he's enjoying his moment. I'm glad. Okay. The next moment, I was approached by the parents, and the parents said, my son is diagnosed with a terminal cancer, but I do not want to mention the D word in the room. So that's the reality, right? But the boy was enjoying the moment, right? Okay. So what can you do? Just follow the need, assess the need of this patient who was born. So I walked into the room and they had a conversation with him, and then he told me as soon as I walked in, he said, I know I'm dying, with a light smile on his face, but I'm okay. So in that moment, at that moment, how would you provide care for them, for him? Being sad for him? To make an assessment first about his reality. His reality is, even though in the midst of this fear and danger, he's still trying to enjoy the moment with this. So I stayed there with him, talked about the toy soldiers, how I loved my toy soldiers when I was his age, and I came out. Okay, see how you focus on the need of the patient in the moment. Okay, and do it both. It can happen when you can do both. When you can do both end, feelings and facts. Ironically, if you can claim your feelings first and push them away, you can better focus on the facts Because you claimed your feelings in the first place and pushed them away, now you can focus on the facts about this story as well. Skip said, Victor says, hitting the brick wall, crash. Okay. This is the reality, right? Because they're blind. And Skip says, where's the mom? Yes, mom was not there. Okay. Because they're in their imagination. They could not accomplish all these wonderful things in reality, so they decided to go into the imagination, and they enjoyed whatever they wanted in the imagination. They came back. Okay? I don't know whether they were dreaming or not. Run away, ran away, ran. Yes, they ran away. Ran away from their cruel reality. Ali says, vulnerability. Yes. What kind of vulnerability are you talking about, Alice?
You see them really vulnerable beings, 3 blind men as a community group of vulnerable people running around, helpless. So fundamentally, and again, even towards the end, no resolution. It's just yeah.
Very vulnerable. Yeah, even helpless, vulnerable. Yeah. Okay. And for some reason, they found a way to, even in the imagination, to be able to enjoy their life. If that's what they want, you stay where they are. Okay. Skip says, have goals. What kind of goals are you talking about?
Well, probably dream is a better word. Goals, do something, go somewhere. It was important for them to go far away.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So even in their dreams or imaginations, they will still want to accomplish their goals. If that's what they want, you stay where they are and follow them, okay? Good. Kate, nobody knew why moon was cheese because this is not real.
No, I just meant that was true for them, but we don't know, and it's true.
Yes, you're right, Kate. This is true for them. They even made a song about it. So when they want to make a song about it and they want you to join them, rhyme with them, why not? Join with them. That's your role. Stay where they are. Okay. Rand says, fully satiated. Okay, with cheese? Yes. Yeah. Even in the imagination, not in the realistic world, but even in the imagination, they're fully satiated. Yes. That's how they chose. Kate, blind acrobats, full tummies from too much cheese. Yes. Yeah, in their imagination. Okay. The reality, they have to run away from the farmer's wife all the time. No cheese, of course. They can't even walk straight. Alice, no resolution in the end. Not in the real world, but yes, in their imagination. If that's what they want, stay where they are. Victor, nearly ate up the moon. Yes. That's a lot of cheese. Yeah. Jennifer, could not see. That's reality. Alfredo, friendship limitations, companionship, support, family. Yes, there's a lot of this. Kate, keep taking glasses off to look at things, return to fit home, even though it's the same home with the mean lady. Right. Isn't it cruel? This is the reality. Yes, they have to come back by the end of the story. Satiated. Alice, suffer together. Yes, because this is not by myself. We can do it. Audrey, falling and bumping into things. This is the reality, right? Alfredo, don't let your limitation stop you from supporting others. You still can support, yes. Jim, you found another one. Facts, 3 blind mice running away from farmer's wife to the moon of cheese, eat cheese, full bellies, return back home to the moon. Question, did I ever see such a thing in your life? Yes. So this is kind of tricky. So whoever the writer is, he was having great time in making these imaginations and telling you the stories. By the end of the story, he's checking on you. By the way, have you ever seen such a story? No. He did not pull your leg. He invited you to join his imagination. That means a lot for him. Why is this important? Because you will hear this kind of story. Oh, Ram, you have a comment? Okay. When you make a visit with not only the patient with memory care, but also with regular patients, you will hear a lot of these sort of stories. You can say, oh, they're making up the stories. Okay. Are they really making up the stories to pull your leg? Or are they sharing their wish with you? Because it can happen in their real life. They want to accomplish this even in their stories. And they really want you to buy it, even for the moment. Having said that, I'm not saying that you need to be fooled by their story. You kind of know, you continue to make assessment about where they are. You kind of know why they're doing this. But out of your assessment, you decided to stay there and meet their needs together. That's why we're Ram.
It's beautiful. There's a subtle line here in the process of assessment. Is I'm getting there, but I want to put it out there. In the process of assessment, the degree of awareness needed is becoming higher and higher, because otherwise it becomes a judgment.
Yes. Right. Good comment. Yeah.
And can you give me some insights into how do I catch myself in the process of assessment that my judgment doesn't do the work as against my objectivity is doing the work?
Very good, good comment. So how can you tell the difference between assessment and judgment? There's a big difference between assessment and judgment. Anybody guess or make comment?
Judgment comes with a sense of inherent bias.
Yes, and punishment. When you go to court, by the end of you standing at the court before the judge, what does the judge do to you? Give you a verdict and punishment. Yeah. So when you do judgment on somebody's behavior, saying in your mind, you give them punishment, or you think deserve some sort of like bad result. Assessment is value neutral. No matter what has happened, you're okay with that. Okay, there's huge difference. Thank you for the comment. James, can you say a little more about living between the reality and fantasy? I love this comment.
Oh yeah, because maybe Ram and Kate might get into more understanding. Because working in a prison, especially mental hospital, sometimes patient call me here and say, "Hey, Reverend Kim, I am Jesus." At that moment, we're not just saying that, "Hey, get away," or "You need to talk to the doctor." But my response is immediately, "Oh, glad to meet you, Jesus. How's your feeling today?" It's just jumping into their feeling.
Wow.
That's a reality. They're living in a fantasy and reality. So I just embrace both worlds together. That's kind of my understanding.
Very good example, James. Very good example.
I have another one that happened not too long ago. I had a schizophrenic and he was trying to talk, but he had a lot of voices and some didn't want to talk. So we just used the example of a table that everyone was welcome at and they could all talk. And he ended up telling his story using different voices. One of them talked like, and one had sounds, but he got his words out in that way. So for that conversation, we had to be just kind of visualize a table and all be present at it together for him to feel invited to speak.
Good example. Okay. Good example.
And there's a time element to this. In the prison setting, we know the guy for 5 years in the jail still fighting. So we see the same person over and over again. This notion of imagination and reality is such a fluidic thing for some of these inmates who are disproportionately, the situation is made even worse because of the prison conditions.
Right.
Right. So we need to go along with that and allow that as against interpreting in our own way. I think the answer that Reverend James mentioned is so beautiful in the sense, just go along with the view. And there is something inside me that questions me, am I being disingenuous at the time? That's about my own shortcoming as against the right way to offer care.
Yeah.
Right. So
Good.
there is a conflict that I'm managing it, but I'm softening it myself inside so that I can be fully present for the other person.
Yes. Yeah. Fully present. That's the key that you need to stick to. I wonder Donna remembers this, but Donna talked one day about how we provide care to the patients with memory care. And what do we do? What do we say when they, talk about totally like out of world stuff? Okay. We'll get along with it. Yeah. Do not say they're right or wrong. Okay. Just stay alone with them. Right? Is that right, Donna?
You said patients with memory care,
Yeah. Dementia, memory issues. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That wasn't me. Mine was mental health, but it's a similar thing to come alongside them and do not, you don't have to render judgment of truth or false or fantasy or reality. Just come alongside them.
Yeah. You'll be surprised to meet with patients with different levels. You can't say or assess that they're like a mental health level, but a lot of regular patients, they bring you a lot of the storytelling. Okay. And then as you remember the process that we did today, you can better catch their underneath agenda or underneath needs. There's some needs they have as they share their story with you, and they want you to buy it. There's a reason for that. Okay. Again, remember, our role is to actively listening until we get their needs, their spiritual needs. There's a reason behind it. Okay. Thank you so much. Right. Any other thoughts, questions? Okay, James, go ahead.
Yeah, it reminds me of we all got into this CP program because Anton Boyce and Living Human Documents. I think this is related to the theme of living human documents. We don't judge them. We just accept them as their authentic textbook, as we are the authentic textbook. That's kind of thinking.
Yeah, we read their book. No matter what they wrote, our role is to read it first. So why feelings first rather than facts first? Because feelings arise first. That's a biological thing. Feelings arise within 0.2 seconds. You can't stop it. You may say, oh, Joseph, how come I feel so difficult to name it? Does not mean they don't have feelings. Of course, it happened. It happened within 0.2 seconds, whether you can claim it or not. It happened. It's still there in you. You just, for some reason, you don't claim it. And then it takes 6 seconds for you to start rationalizing and reasoning and find the facts. So there's a gap between 0.2 seconds and 6 seconds. Okay. So you have to purposely follow these procedures, claim the feelings in the first place. Probably, more than likely, there will be your feelings. And then push this aside and try to get to the facts. And then out of this facts gleaned and trying to figure out their feelings out of this facts gleaned. Does it make sense? That's how you get balance between feelings and facts. Feelings, push aside facts, and out of the facts, you try to get their feelings. Okay, remember these steps. And then later, maybe Donna will talk about this later, but why you feel difficult to name your feelings, because for some reason, there's some amygdala hijacking. Yeah, there's some mechanism called amygdala hijacking, which amygdala is like at this bottom core of our brain, in between spinal cord and our brain. There's a little thing called amygdala, and this is the door between our brain and the spinal cords. So when all this data collected from our sensory organs, this amygdala, let it flow or stop it. When we feel danger or fearful or need to protect ourselves, amygdala hijacks all the feelings, and then either we get numb or fight or flee. Okay, that's why we can name it. So as unit goes by, I want you to be able to more freely claim your feelings. Okay, so you can push them aside and just get their facts. But it'll take some time for it to train. Any thoughts, questions?
Yeah, Joseph, thank you. So I just noticed when you flashed through the handbook in 2A and 2B, there was a wording of behavioral science.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't see that in 1A and 1B, right? Are they going to be more didactic on that topic in next couple of days, or is it something that I'm personally interested in that space? I do a lot of that study myself, but bringing that into CPE is very valuable. I can use some guidance there. Yeah.
Yeah. Your educator will explain this more, but when we say behavioral sciences, we talk about mainly two areas of disciplines. One is psychology, the other one is sociology.
Okay.
So all the psychological theories are referred to as behavioral sciences.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So
awesome.
One of the key concepts that we use a lot is the countertransferences. Okay, but all other psychological theories, we refer to them as behavioral sciences. Okay, all right, thank you. Alice?
Yeah, when I listen to you, I see a disconnect between Parker Palmer's broken paradox, which essentially is inviting to the both and, not either or. But when the way you explain, you get a fact and you get a feeling, then you separate it from fact, and then you get into, then you go with facts. But I see a disconnect there, because the essence of that broken paradox is not compartmentalizing feelings and facts, but holding them in dynamic tension. But what you are explaining, I just see a disconnect there. How do we, though, hold them in that dynamic tension, that we are not put it away and do that, but we are holding them in dynamic tension? Because in the real world, that's you really cannot compartmentalize, even if you want to. So how do we hold Parker Palmer's theory and what you are just explaining right now?
Right. So Parker Palmer's theory is talking about the end result. And then the way I'm explaining it is about the procedures to get there, the end result. Because of our biological limitation of human body. Yeah. So we just can't help going through the, emotions first and the facts later. That's the way we are biologically geared. But the end result should be both end, like Parker Palmer says, ironically. So how can we get there, which is our goal, to be balanced, is through these steps, because of the way biologically we're geared. We are biologically geared to have the feelings first. Feelings arises within 0.2 seconds. It has nothing to do with our logics or anything. Yeah.
But is it ever possible to separate facts from feelings? It's just like they usually could tell us this is objective interpretation, this is subjective interpretation, and is interpretation not always subjective? Are there not always elements of feelings in our interpretation of facts?
Yeah. So literally, you got the point. So literally speaking, yeah, that's what we're getting at as end result. But medically, biologically speaking, that's the way we're geared. Yeah. So literary wise, that's what we're getting at. That's what Parker Palmer wants us to accomplish, balanced. Yeah. So I mean, I wish we could do like from the beginning, like, but our body is geared to feel first. Yeah, feeling first. It happens 0.2 seconds. We just can't help. Yeah. But end result, Yeah. It's like when we walk, nobody walks like this, right? Yeah. Always makes like one leg first, right? And then that's how we balance. Balancing does not mean that we go like this. Okay. We still do like this, but still balance. Okay. So there's order. Biologically, the order. Yes, Ram.
I just want to say thank you so much for referring to Parker Palmer. I think that book, Courage to Teach, is a deeply influential book, even for chaplains.
Yeah. Very good book. Alice, for your sake, now that you're interested in the Parker Palmer, I recommend you to read The Hidden Wholeness. The book Hidden Wholeness talks a lot about how we balance, between feelings and facts. That's a beautiful book. Hidden Wholeness. Yes.
Healing wholeness.
No, hidden wholeness.
Hidden wholeness. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
hidden
you.
wholeness. Yeah.
Hidden wholeness. Thank you.
Yeah. So he talks about, again, the end result, not the medical the procedure or steps. I'm talking about the biological steps. Yeah, Skip.
So the cycle is we feel first. I'm a high feeler, so that comes easy. And then observe the facts. Then to identify using that, we correlate that to identify their feeling.
Yes.
Which may be different from what we were feeling.
Exactly.
Which then uncovers the spiritual need.
Yes.
And the goal is to get to what's their need.
Yes.
Exactly. That's the end result.
That's the end result.
So if we go by our feeling, we may pick the wrong need because
exactly. Yes.
And I've seen that. And it's like, oh, this has got to be on target, and it's not even in the ballpark.
Yes.
But identifying the empathy of their feeling, then we get to the need. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So after you go through these steps, now you can find the counter transferences.
Yes.
Okay. Why I felt mad, and after I figured out their feeling from their facts, and they feel actually joyful. Where's the discrepancies come from? Or maybe I was reminded of my own dad, my own mom, and has nothing to do with this or history. Well, there's a counter transference. That's how we get there. Okay. Very good reiteration, Skip. All right. There's some other people with a comment. No. Okay. All right. It's lunchtime. I don't want to be a stumbling
cheese.
block. You wish the whole moon is cheese. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you in an hour on time.
I'm glad you're back. I cannot seem to share my screen.
You should be able to.
Let's see. You don't see that, do you?
I was seeing it.
Oh, maybe when I push this?
I was seeing it, and then it just disappeared. Try again. Let me see.
Okay.
Did you guys enjoy the lunch?
Beautiful.
Here in the
Yes, sir.
here in the East Coast, it's almost supper.
Still not sharing, right?
Not sharing.
I wonder what is going on.
Because I saw you sharing it minutes ago.
You did? I wonder what I did. Let me try one more time. Okay, screen share.
Make sure the file's open before you share.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
You see the file?
I see the whole, because there's an option. So when you push this share, oh yeah, there you go.
Now you see it?
Yeah, see, yeah. There you go.
Oh, wow, I can't see anybody. Okay, but if I push escape, I'm gonna lose it. How do I?
Okay, let's go ahead and close the share screen. Close share.
Okay.
Close share. You're still sharing.
Still sharing?
Yeah, close share.
Okay. Close share.
Yeah, close share. And then click share. And then on the right side of the share window, there are options. See that four options? Yeah. Click the option. You can see people with the contents.
Oh.
Skip, you raise your hand?
Yes, I'm on call tonight, but my preceptor is going to cover from 5 to 8. So if I get a page, I need to call him and give him the information. Hopefully I won't, but just want to let you know if I walk away, that's why.
Thank you for the signposting. Nice of him or her.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mike, who's my preceptor there at Community.
Oh, nice of him. Thank you. Thank him for me, okay?
I will. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so next hour is going to be Chaplain Donna's presentation on trauma-informed care.
Okay. And I'm not sharing my screen now, right?
You're not.
Am I now?
Not now.
Oh, Joseph, I should have left it when I had it. For that brief moment. Let me try again. I don't know why it's doing this to me. Window.
Then choose different option on the right side of the, oh yeah, you're sharing.
Okay. So what do you see?
I see the whole screen. I see my face.
I see your face. So on the right side, I can, no, you don't mean that.
Click on that trauma-informed care. Yeah, that's right. There you go.
Then I'm going to lose you all.
No, yeah, it's better than losing your, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to begin this presentation and I'm not going to be able to see you. So you're going to need to unmute and interrupt me. I'm working on my laptop because I'm at work and the firewall will not allow me to be on Zoom. So I'm going in. Is everybody back? Yes, it looks like everybody's back. If you need to interrupt me, do. And as I get through the presentation, I'll come to a time when we can have conversation. So let me know if you can see the screen.
Yeah, okay.
You guys got it?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. So as Joseph said, we're going to talk about trauma-informed care. And I would like to put the emphasis on the trauma-informed care part, the care itself. So I'm not going to talk about what happens to the brain when someone experiences trauma, but I'm going to attach a video to this PowerPoint when I email it to you later on today. And that video will talk about what happens to the brain during trauma. Is that okay? So you're going to have to unmute and talk to me because I can't see you. Everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Whoever said yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
All right. So let's start out with what is trauma. I'm going to get a big fat 0 on this didactic because I can't see, but we'll be all right. So what is trauma? I'm going to start with a clinical definition. Individual trauma results from an event, series of events, or set of circumstances that is experienced by an individual as physically or emotionally harmful or life-threatening, and that has lasting adverse effects. The key part being those lasting adverse effects on the individual's functioning and mental, physical, social, emotional, or spiritual well-being. And that's sort of that is a clinical definition of trauma. That's when there's an event, it has a long-lasting adverse effect. Each individual defines for themselves what is trauma, but this lasting adverse effect is on the individual's functioning, their mental, physical, social, emotional, spiritual well-being. Another sort of clinical definition of trauma is defined as a deeply distressing or disturbing event or experience that overwhelms a person's coping mechanisms. And that's the key part of that. It overwhelms the person's coping mechanism and causes significant emotional, psychological, and/or physical distress. And I would say, I would add to this one spiritual as well. Their coping mechanisms have been overwhelmed. So from a pastoral or spiritual, a chaplaincy perspective, we think of trauma as that which overwhelms the spirit. It fractures meaning and disrupts a person's ability to connect with themselves, disrupts a person's ability to connect with others, and disrupts a person's ability to connect with the sacred. So it's not only about what happened to the person, but also about what was lost. And that is the key part, because that's where you tend to be assessing what the spiritual need is by figuring out what was lost as a result of the traumatic event. So what's lost are things like safety, trust, hope, and belonging. And so this is where we engage as spiritual caregivers addressing trauma. So I want to give you a bit of a warning here. I want to do a short exercise, and I want to warn you to take care of yourself. You may decide, hey, I need to turn my screen off. You may decide, I'm not going to continue to listen. I'm going to come back in when the exercise is done. Do what you need to do to take care of yourself. I want to do 10 questions from the ACEs questionnaire, which is adverse childhood experiences. I'm just going to do the short version. It's 10 questions, and I want you to do a private reflection. We're not going to share necessarily what came up in the reflection. I'm not asking you to do a score. You can keep count of how many of these 10 scenarios you identify with or have experienced. But the sense is to just kind of expand our cultural, our personal awareness of how vast and far-reaching trauma is. And so we're looking at these adverse childhood experiences because studies have shown these kinds of experiences cause trauma, and people have these lasting impact from these childhood experiences. Later, when I send you the handout, it'll have a link to an extended version, and the extended version is far more culturally sensitive, and it addresses more systemic issues, and it's more inclusive of diverse cultural settings. So for now, I want you to just listen, and you can respond yes or no. It's going to be 10 questions, and just note how much of this might apply to you. Again, you're reflecting privately. It's not for scoring. It's not for comparison. So number one, before your 18th birthday, did a parent or other adult in the household often swear at you, insult you, put you down, or humiliate you? or act in a way that made you afraid you might be physically hurt? Number 2, before your 18th birthday, did a parent or other adult in the household often push, grab, slap, or throw something at you? Or ever hit you so hard you had marks or were injured? And again, you're noting yes or no, and you're doing your private personal reflection. Number 3, before your 18th birthday, did an adult or person at least 5 years older than you ever touch you sexually or try actually to have intercourse with you, whether it be oral, anal, vaginal intercourse? Apologize for that. Number 4, before your 18th birthday, did you often feel no one in your family loved you or thought you were important or special, or that your family didn't look out for support or feel close to each other? We're right at the midpoint with this question, number 5. Before your 18th birthday, did you often feel that you didn't have enough to eat, had to wear dirty clothes, or had no one to protect you? Or that your parents or adult caregivers were too drunk or high to take care of you or to take you to the doctor if needed? Number 6, before your 18th birthday, was a biological parent ever lost to you through divorce, abandonment, imprisonment, death, or another reason? Number 7, before your 18th birthday, was your mother, stepmother often pushed, grabbed, slapped, had something thrown at her, or sometimes often kicked, hit with a fist, or threatened with a gun or a knife? Number 8, before your 18th birthday, did you live with anyone who was a problem drinker or an alcoholic or used street drugs? Just 2 left. Number 9, before your 18th birthday, was a household member depressed or mentally ill, or did a household member attempt suicide? And the last question, before your 18th birthday, did a household member go to prison? And I wanted us to take a moment now before we do some reflection to just kind of pause for some grounding. I'm gonna close the screen and I may just lose the PowerPoint, and if so, that'll be fine. So I want us to do a grounding exercise now. And what I'm inviting you to do in the grounding exercise is to be especially attentive to how do you get yourself back to the current moment. Because just the invitation to reflect on those things sort of draws you into that past moment. So here's this grounding exercise that I want you to do. I want you to take a deep breath in through your nose to the count of 4, hold briefly, and then we're going to exhale to the count of 7. So inhale through your nose, hold, exhale, 7, 6, through your mouth, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I want you to look around the space that you're in, and I want you to identify 5 things you can see. By identify them, you might say book, bookshelf, whatever. In your mind, name 5 things you can see. Now name 4 things you can feel. Pen in your hand, the desktop, whatever, your feet on the floor, whatever. 3 things you can hear. 3 things you can hear. 2 things you can smell. And if you say, I don't smell anything, note that. Wow, I don't smell anything. And then 1 thing you can taste. 1 thing you can taste. It might be something from your lunch. So the point of the breathing exercise is to ground the spiritual care receiver, in this case, it's all of us, in the current moment. Often when people are talking about traumatic events, they are transported to that context. And so this breathing exercise or other grounding exercises intentionally brings the person back to the present moment. The longer exhale, so the inhale to count of 4 and exhale to the count of 7, is a way of forcing the person's parasympathetic nervous system to be engaged. And the parasympathetic nervous system is simply that rest and settle, as opposed to the fight or flight. So it just forces it to be engaged by having that longer exhale. And you may choose to do it more than once, and you may have other exercises. But the point is that even after just having a reflection moment on what we just went through, those 10 questions, it's helpful to have a space to ground ourselves. Okay, so talk to me. Is it okay to move forward?
Yes.
You got to talk to me. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I see some heads nodding.
Yes.
I don't know if you can see this. Can you still see the screen, the PowerPoint, or is it gone?
It's back.
It's back. Okay, let me see. So we did our grounding exercise. And Skip, you're like in the middle of my screen. You're the only person I see. So we did our grounding exercise. And again, it's to bring us back into the current moment. The whole point of doing that is to just build our empathy and awareness. Those 10 questions cover a variety of types of childhood trauma. And globally, adults, 70% of adults who took this questionnaire said they experienced at least one of these traumatic events in their life, and they're aware that it continues to linger with them in some way. 70% of adults globally. In the US, 61% of adults had one or more of those scenarios as a part of their life. And 1 in 6 said they had 4 or more. So across our chaplaincy context, whether it's prison, congregation, schools, hospice, military, a disaster response, I have emergency responders in one of my groups, in the healthcare setting, et cetera, wherever it might be, we understand we're going to be engaging people who are living with trauma, potentially, and we want to be aware. So trauma is common and it's widespread, which is part of why we did that exercise. The ACEs research, those 10 questions that we took, showed that there's a long-term impact when one experiences traumatic events, particularly in the childhood, before 18. And it impacts your health, your longevity, your finances, all of those things, because as we talked about in the beginning, trauma disrupts a person's ability to engage with themselves, with others, et cetera. So obviously has long-term effects. And the intent was to just sort of build our empathy and our awareness by just looking at the diversity within just 10 questions. And as I noted, There's a longer version with 43 questions, I believe, that is far more culturally inclusive. So this is not the only version. And that longer version that's far more culturally inclusive, economically inclusive, et cetera, explores even more. But I hope the 10 just gave you a sense of the variety and the vastness of something that we would define as trauma. So to just briefly go through the types of trauma, there's acute trauma, which might be a single overwhelming event, car accident. Then there's the chronic trauma, which is kind of the ongoing stressors like violence, racism, poverty, those are chronic, ongoing. And then there's the complex, repeated trauma, particularly what occurs in developmental stages. So it could be someone experiences abuse in their childhood, and it may be extended over various developmental periods. And so the impact on the person might be that they have attachment issues because they were experiencing trauma during that developmental stage of their life, or they have emotional regulation challenges because they experienced trauma during that developmental stage of their life. And so they have not been able to process emotions well. And emotional regulation was a skill that the trauma interrupted in their developmental phases. So those are complex traumas. And then historical and intergenerational. Can somebody give me an example of what you might think would be historical or intergenerational trauma, that harm across communities and generations?
Slavery.
Yeah. War. Yeah. Okay. So the kind that often as chaplains we come in contact with is that secondary or vicarious trauma, that you repeatedly are engaging with other people and their trauma and their story. And so you experience a kind of secondary or vicarious trauma, and that can happen on a regular and repeat basis. And it can be helpful for you to name if that's what's going on with you. It is especially helpful to name for staff when you offer spiritual care support to staff, depending on your setting, that they may be experiencing secondary trauma and not even be fully aware of it. And it gives you an opportunity to care for them. So let's get to the trauma-informed care. What does that look like? So I think it's helpful to look at this particular resource from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration in the US. They have 6 principles of trauma-informed care. And so it's safety, trustworthiness and transparency, peer support, collaboration and mutuality, empowerment, voice and choice, cultural, historical, and gender issues. I would say awareness, but they just use the term issues. So I'm going to try to reduce the slide. So, well, I'm just going to stop the presentation. I have the categories, and so I can say to us again. I think I'm writing down. And I want us to take some time to reflect, and you could even take a moment and write them down, or even someone might be adept enough to put them in the chat for us. We're going to take time to talk about what would trauma-informed care look like that is mindful of issues of safety or of trustworthiness, that's mindful of issues of transparency. What would that look like? What does peer support mean as we are offering trauma-informed care, or collaboration? And that's a big one. Empowerment, what does that look like? Particularly around voice and choice. It's so critical when we are operating from a trauma-informed place. And then what cultural, historical, gender, and maybe we can expand it to economic, etc., issues what might one want to particularly be aware of as a chaplain who's engaging in trauma-informed care. So let me just try to stop my share. And let's have some conversation. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so let's have some conversation, and we're going to go through those 6 principles of what trauma-informed care might look like. And let's talk about what would a chaplain look like? And feel free to give the context, who's establishing safety as they're interacting with someone they're offering spiritual care. What does that look like? What do you do? And you're sort of thinking your do's and your don'ts. Well, I do this to create safety, and I don't do this because I'm trying to create safety. What are the do's and don'ts for creating safety?
One is acknowledging their presence and validating as they are.
Excellent.
I think the chaplain should not be judgmental.
What do you do to not be judgmental? What would you do
by
acknowledge someone's presence?
Yeah, through while listening, doing the active listening, you also, have to, because while narrating their trauma or expressing their trauma, certain experiences can be, explicit but a chaplain should try and remain at the borders without, condemning or taking sides, just be right there at the middle.
Okay, so you don't take sides, you don't condemn. How do you create presence, Ram, that acknowledges someone's presence and honors them? What would you do?
I think
very good.
Your nonverbals.
Okay, Skip jumped in. Nonverbals.
Yeah.
Such as, I want you to be concrete and specific. What am I doing to communicate something?
Non-judgmental, nonverbal posture. What's the environment in the room? Is the door open or closed? Where am I sitting? How am I sitting?
Okay, so hold on for a second, Skip. So that trustworthiness might show up around that in the room and privacy, right? Excellent.
Okay.
So what is non-judgmental posture? What is non-judgmental posture?
Not giving an emotional expression or value to a statement that's given, like a frown or a furrowed brow or something like that. Or an expression of, wow, that's a lot of trauma, or wow, that's, not overreact, but empathy with them, leaning in, keeping appropriate space.
Excellent. Thank you. Very good. Anything else we might do to create safety? Excellent. What would you do or not do?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot I learned that I can do with my eyes and how I really have my presence there. A softened gaze and a sense of appreciating the person's presence. I don't need to say a word, right? That just showing there is in my mind, I kind of create, this is a sacred moment, right? There is a blessing in this moment of a sense of appreciation that comes in. My breath is calm at the time, and I'm fully there for the person, and my empathy is the leading emotion.
So you're being fully present, your breathing is calm, your gaze may not be direct eye contact. You actually might slightly look away
and just keep it very soft. Yeah.
Very good. I saw Alfredo and then Audrey raise their hand. Alfredo? You're on mute.
By having empathy and validations with them,
no. Tell me, what do you do to have validation of someone? What do you do?
Affirms their feelings are normal in the face of trauma.
Okay, so you normalize the feelings.
When they are crying, that's okay to cry. When they are angry, it's okay to be upset, This normal. Just affirm that feelings are normal, that it's okay.
What I hear you saying, Alfredo, is you would literally say to them if they were crying, it's okay to cry. Or if they were angry, you would say, it's okay to be angry. That's what you would do.
Yes.
Very good. Excellent. Audrey.
I was thinking for safety, respecting their personal space.
Very good. What would you do to respect someone's personal space?
I would first, get permission to enter the room. Make sure our chairs are, not close together. I wouldn't touch them. Sometimes we fight the feeling we want to touch somebody or hug. I would make sure that I respected their personal space boundaries. I may reach my hand out for a handshake to see if they were open to that. But just keep in mind, not knowing people, just putting boundaries. And
excellent. Excellent. So you're using that physical boundary. So I want to encourage you. So you said you would stick your hand out, giving them the opportunity to shake, but not requiring it.
Right.
So I want to encourage you to consider that just extending your hand is kind of obligating them. You can ask without ever extending your hand. Do you want a handshake? No hand extended. Just adding to that atmosphere you've already created. Excellent. So we're creating safety. Anyone else? Any more safety examples? Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say ask permission, asking permission for handshake or hug, but kind of reminds them that the ball is in their court with the situation.
Very good. How excellent. What would we do to create empowerment of voice and choice? Jennifer, was your hand raised or it just happens to be?
I was still going to say something before your question. I was kind of saying
any of those principles. Go ahead.
Also to try to avoid the use of why questions. Yeah.
Say more. Why are you asking why questions?
Ask more open-ended questions, like to get to know more about the person's situation or what is happening around, instead of asking why, because somehow it will look as if the person is being judgmental. Why would you do this? Why did you do that? It sounds somehow judgmental. Yeah.
So Jennifer, let's practice. So I just said to you, I'm telling you right now, when I was a child, my grandfather used to beat me with a switch. What's your open-ended question? Because I hear you're not going to say why.
Yes. Would you like to tell me more about that? And how was that for you?
No. Huh? No.
No, yes or no?
No?
Yeah, so I said no to you. So what do you do? What
do you the person saying no to me.
The person saying no to you.
I respect that. If you don't want to talk more about that right away, that's okay.
Very good. I can imagine why you might not want to talk more about that. I appreciate you sharing that with me right here, right now. Silence, holding my breath. And I might ask them, do you want to do a grounding exercise? No pressure, whatever, right? Just like you said. But now I'm not going to say, thank you, Jennifer. Well, why did he do that to you? Very good. All right. Any other suggestions? What else am I going to do or not do as I'm engaging someone I know? It really, some people would argue in all of your spiritual care, but certainly when you're particularly using trauma-informed care. So how might you address cultural or historical or gender issues from a trauma-informed care perspective? Is it any different than anything else?
Sometimes if someone uses a word, I'll ask, what does that mean to you? And sometimes that can help open up language in a different way, which helps with some of those things.
Excellent. Kate, give me an example and then tell me, illustrate you doing it. Very good.
So if someone was like, I just had a really overwhelming experience. I'll say, what does overwhelming look like to you? What is that? Tell me a little bit about it. Or can you help me understand what overwhelming is?
Would you lead with that, Kate?
No, it would be in the midst of the conversation.
Oh, okay.
Just
why
like
would that
unpacking,
be
like a word, maybe, and maybe overwhelming is the wrong word, but sometimes people use a word that I'm not sure they have the same use of it than me. And I just want to understand how they're using it, how they.
Very good. Kate, let's try it right now. So I'm coming to you. Kate, I have had a hell of a day.
Would you like to share?
I'm so angry.
Oh, you're so sorry. That slowed down.
There you go. You're not going to say, what does hell of a mean to you? And what?
No,
right.
I'm sorry. Your video caught for me, and I'd say, oh wow, that sounds like a lot. Do you want to talk about it with me?
Excellent. Yeah. Very good. Excellent. How do we give empowerment and voice? Being attentive to the types of traumas that people may have experienced. What would you do to empower someone's voice? What Kate just described was part of it. Asking them what that word means to them, as opposed to assuming. What else might you do to empower someone's voice?
Use their name and thank them for sharing with their spoken name.
Okay. Alfredo, I saw your hand go up.
Repeating or reframing the patient's word to show they are heard. Like for example, when we say, what I hear you say is that you feel, or just, reframe the phrase that they're showing.
So they know you're listening.
Listening, exactly.
Okay. All right. Can I push you a little bit, Skip?
Yes, please.
You told me you were going to say my name, right?
Yes. So, Dr. Donna, what's it like for you today to be sharing?
Oh, Skip, I wish you thought I was going to be that easy. My name on the record, when you came in the room to visit with me, says Donna Allen. And we start talking, and I say, well, Chaplain, my family doesn't like it, but I really think I'm gay.
Thank you for sharing. How do you want me to talk and refer to you today? What's your pronouns that you like to use that are important to you?
Let's give Skip some feedback. How did that go? Because he didn't call my name. Why didn't you call my name?
I was going to ask you what name you wanted.
That's right, because your trauma-informed sensitivity is.
Yeah.
No, you did it wonderfully. What does Joseph say? You did it good enough. Because our trauma-informed care, we realize we don't want to assume that name is affirming for them, right? So you want to ask the way you did. Any other feedback for Skip? Thank you, Skip.
Yeah, talking about also, one could equally relate with a care recipient and, say, oh, when I was a child, I had similar experience, without going too deep, that perhaps might still elicit more, so that the person now knows that, well, somebody is really feeling the same way or something. I don't know. That's my thinking. It could also come from your own experience.
Let's give Victor some feedback. What comes up for you when you imagine someone says, in my childhood, I had a similar experience?
Well, I guess it depends on the timing, where you place that in the conversation. If it's too soon, you don't want to overtake and tell your story. But if it's appropriately placed to identify and show empathy, that could work. But I think you have to do it carefully.
What would appropriately placed require, Skip? What has to happen for me to say it's appropriate for me to now talk about me?
I would think that if it would identify, if it would show empathy and trust and appropriately share of my story, because we have the right to tell as much or as little as we want, what do we suppose may be connecting and beneficial to the person?
Wow, that was really clear.
Yeah.
Very clear. So what I would say is, if I'm trying to show empathy, telling you I've been through what you've been through is not the path, particularly in a trauma-informed care. It's not the path at all. Instead, I want to empower you to continue to share. Because what Victor was saying he wants to do is to open them up to continue to talk. He wants to create a safe space for them to talk. So Victor, what would it feel like to simply say, this is a safe space if you want to talk about it? Do you hear the difference, Victor? As opposed to saying, when I was a child, now the attention's on you. I had a similar experience.
I'm sorry, my network, I lost it all. Donna, please. My network froze.
Oops, it froze again.
I didn't get the trend. I'm sorry.
So one of the things that you were trying to do by saying, I've had a similar experience, which I appreciate saying similar, right, is to create empathy. I would encourage us in our trauma-informed care awareness to show openness to hear their story without introducing our story at all. So if you want them to know it's a safe space to talk, you could say, well, this is a safe space. Do you want to talk about it? There's another little piece for trauma-informed care. By saying you had a similar experience, some psychologists say what that does is it sort of puts the person then in the position of the expectation that they're going to tell you their story. Trauma-informed care, you actually don't want to force someone to relive their trauma. It may be enough for them to have said what they said, and then what you, the chaplain, begin to assess is what was lost. So you get questions. So that's kind of goes back to Kate's comment. Well, what does that mean to you that you had a hellified day or whatever? I can't remember what the word was, but you follow? You go back to what does that mean to you? Because mean to you brings them back to the current moment. Just inviting them to rehearse the story takes them back to the trauma and risk re-traumatizing them in that moment. So we want to balance our curiosity with our compassionate presence. And we actually don't want to open them up to talk for the sake of opening them up to talk. We're assessing. So we create a safe space if they want that, but we're not trying to get more words out of them. That's why I've had a similar experience, might not be so helpful. It might not be. I understand there's situations where we feel like chaplains that it is, and I trust your judgment, but I also want you to be considering a trauma-informed scenario that might not be helpful. Any other feedback on that?
I have a question.
Please.
Is chaplaincy by default trauma-informed care? That can be retitled, because from the day I started chaplaincy, that's all I've heard. That is how we have been trained. So in essence, they should give, at the end of chaplaincy, everybody should have a certification in trauma-informed care. It feels like, because that's what, especially with you, that's everything we have learned, how to be a chaplain, but we just don't call it trauma-informed care.
That's right. I would say there's some more nuances to getting that certification in trauma-informed care, but I think you're absolutely right. It's an excellent argument, and I agree with you that what we do as chaplains is trauma informed. Yes. Ram, were you putting your hand up?
Yeah, a couple of things that came to my mind. One is, in the trauma situation, even the notion of putting everything in the form of questions can be a trigger. Right? The question is, acknowledgement plays a huge role in my experience. That whatever they said has registered with you, right? I'm certified as a trauma-sensitive mindfulness instructor, right? So there is a lot you can assess in terms of window of tolerance and how tight they are operating sometimes. And I'm very sensitive to framing in the form of question that can exasperate that moment very easily for them, right? So the notion there is basically acknowledging, pick the word, like if they say I'm overwhelmed, and all I have to say is, wow, the word overwhelmed landed for me. And they would frame it in whatever way they want to go beyond that, as against me necessarily framing it in the form of a question to just, it's like it could come across as a fishing expedition of me digging in slowly into the area they're trying to protect themselves. It's situational, obviously.
I mean, that's right. I think it's very situational, and I think that's very helpful, reminding us how powerful our presence is, our acknowledging of what they have said. Thank you. That's very helpful. Very helpful. Alice.
Yeah, but I think it's more about how the question is framed than the question itself. If it's question that triggered somebody to relieve the trauma, then that is re-traumatizing. But when it's like open-ended questions, like what Donna you were saying, questions that empowers, those are not re-traumatizing because it gives them voice to be able, it's empowering. It's not, re-traumatizing is something that triggers and sends you back to where you don't want to go. But something that empowers you, like, would you like to pray? What is it what kinds of ritual that in cultural ritual helps you in this situation? Those are not re-traumatizing. So for me, it's not question itself. It is what kind of questions that are being asked.
I think that's very helpful. I want to invite you away from the either or, and it's very much the context that you're in. And I would love to hear what you would do to empower someone's voice. Can you give me an example of how you would empower someone's voice?
Right. It falls under relational trauma, relational safety, like, rather than, which I love to do, is let's pray. I would say, would you like to pray? And what kind of rituals do you have? Cultural, if you are doing cultural awareness, don't assume you know. Say what kind of ritual that you have that you would like to bring. If the person won't say they don't like to pray, you just empower them to be the one that have that agency rather than chap, you take the agency.
I appreciate you moving away from, I would ask them, do you want to pray? All the way back to if you have a ritual. I feel what you're trying to do, right? Let's give Alice some feedback. I'm gonna ask y'all if you want to pray, if you don't give us some feedback. Come on, give us some feedback. What do you think about that?
I wonder if sometimes, again, words like pray have assumptions on both sides. So I might ask something like, sometimes I start broadly, like, do you believe in, like, when you practice your faith, how do you think about it? Do you think about it as the universe? Do you think about it as a God? Do you think about it as Satan or the land or things like that, and sort of whittle down from there where they land? The other thing I might say is, you can always ask in stages. Like, may I ask your permission to ask you a question about your faith? Do you pray? If they say yes, or something like that, just maybe break it into stages a little bit so the assumption isn't necessarily prayer, but like, may I ask you a personal question about what you believe? Have you ever prayed before? What does that look like? And then they can decide if that's something they want to follow. And you can also add more options like stop me at any time, or if you don't want to talk about this, it's no problem.
Great. So you're trying to empower them to be able to have you stop. And both you and Alice are trying to move away from naming something specific to trying to be as broad as you can be. Because what you're really wanting to know is, well, what gives you strength at difficult times like this? What gives you, well, what about that is impacting you right now? So you could say it like that without ever mentioning faith or ritual. What gives you hope? And you're prepared if they say nothing, or to listen. Very good. I hear what both of you are doing. How do we, go ahead, please.
Can I have a question, please? I ask question. When Alice was talking, I heard her say like re-traumatizing, like something could re-traumatize the person. I would like to understand what that means. And when we're giving care to a traumatized person, what's the aim? I mean, are we actually supposed to invite them to revisit the situation or whatever happened, or could that be part of the re-traumatizing them?
Yes, asking them to repeat what happened could be part of it. They could want to talk about what happened. So this is a safe space if you want to talk, and they take it where they want to take it. They may have limits. This is as much as I can talk about, and they know, they may be aware what their limits are. I'm going to give Ram and Alice an opportunity to give some additional feedback. Both of them have trauma-informed care certifications. The other thing, Alice, that you asked, what is our point? It's the same point with other spiritual care encounters. I want to begin to figure out what is the spiritual or emotional need. So in the context of trauma-informed, we're aware that there's been a disruption potentially in trust, or a disruption in connection with others, or right, that little list of all those disruptions. So that's where I'm working as a chaplain. How is this impacting you now? Well, I don't trust anybody now.
Yeah.
I hear you. And just let them keep talking about it. So you're identifying the need, and then that's going to inform what the intervention is. So you don't actually have to hear the gory details. You're listening for what was disrupted and how's it impacting them now. Alice and Ram both have some certifications, so we're going to invite them to speak, but after Kate.
I actually just had a question on what
you
said.
So hold on real quick. So Alice and Ram, when you come back, one of you talk about re-traumatizing to make sure we answer Jennifer's question. Go ahead, Kate.
So one of my thoughts was jail setting is different from a hospital setting. So hospital, you might see someone maybe once or twice. And as Ram mentioned before, sometimes we get somebody who's around for years. Are you thinking of any significant differences when you approach maybe a short-term versus a long-term, or for you, is it pretty much just layers in the same growing or connecting?
Ram and Alice, thank you. Good question.
And my first comment is, I think you, in your list, the second item was trustworthiness. Yeah. And that's where, particularly in the trauma case, there is, as a chaplain, there is a phase that I have to go through as earning the trust. And it may not happen in that very meeting that I'm trying to have. It may take multiple meetings to get there. Okay. So my earning the trust template may be initially just be a listener, provider of a safe space, and allowing people to be who they are. And I would assess that, I would size that, and really figure out based on that, either in that meeting or the next meeting, I can go forward with the next layer of reframing and questions. Because they themselves are, those are extremely sensitive points for someone with various experiences. When you went through the list of 10, I marked yes to 6 of them. Right? So in a sense, I don't know what 6 they are for them, for the other person. So really, unless I have a bed of trust and I earned that, I'm not ready for the rest of the conversation. And that's okay.
Excellent.
That's it. That's it.
So that connects with Kate. Thank you, Ram. And then Alice, give you an opportunity. So that's my approach. That it's very contextual. I don't think either or. Either I have trust or I don't. It's an ongoing process. I'm creating trust from the very beginning. So I have some, and I want to build on that. And circumstances dictate if I'm building quickly or if I can build a little slower. Okay, Alice.
I would say that, especially for us chaplains, we are not therapists. So it is not our job to dig the past. So our job is to uncover, in some sense, in the midst of that trauma, some sort of agency for now. And that's why for trauma-informed care, they really, like chaplaincy, spiritual caregiver, you really focus on the present, what the person needs now, than pushing them back to the past, which is not our job. So, and also those kind of open-ended questions that allows for them to if they want to share anything, that is their agency. It's ours to give them that power and voice to say what they want to say. But from a trauma-informed care also, you have to be attentive to the cues. Because sometimes somebody want to say something, they start saying, you see a sense of the pause, and you see that is getting them somewhere. How to be sensitive enough to not probe further. So I think it is really, we need to know the boundary of what we can do and what we cannot do as chaplains. And that's why most trauma-informed care workers try to partner with therapists so that they learn to stay in their lane, right? No matter what, stay in the lane of what do we chaplaincy do and what do we not do, and right, and so we don't get to push people to places they don't want to go and re-traumatize them.
And so that's what the re-traumatizing is, Jennifer. As if we're going to probe and force them to relive the traumatic experience. And that's what they will be doing. And that's what we mean by re-traumatizing them. Okay. Is it clear? All right. Anyone else?
So, Dan, I want to share one thing. Basically, this is important thing. I love the way Alice mentioned. Thank you so much, Alice. Yeah. I run into this regularly in our life. Being an immigrant and some of the things I went through are extremely traumatic. And people ask me, just looking at me, where are you from? They don't ask a white person the same question, right? When they ask me, I was being singled out. It takes away my personal liberty at that moment like that. So if someone comes another point, where are you from? I'm not ready to answer question properly. It freezes me. Right? I mean, that's what I learned about my own self, about being extremely sensitive to assumptions of questions. Right. And that part of the reason why that I have 6 yeses. And I'll tell you, for this team, when I was 22, 23 years old as an immigrant in this country, I was working in an all-white company. And my nickname at the time was Mowgli from Jungle Book. Right. And people don't intend to harm me when they say, where are you from? Right? So I'm trying to be overly sensitive. That's brought me incredible amount of sensitivity of treating others with care without any presumption. So I'm one of those guys, I withhold asking questions.
Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. Thank you all for your feedback and your conversation, rich conversation.
Okay, I am aware of Skip having question. At the same time, I'm also aware of our time limit because we have other didactics on the way. So Skip, would you mind typing that in the chat box so the educators can respond to that on the chat box? Okay.
I surely can. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for understanding. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back for the next didactic.
Are you typing now, Skip? Nodding. Okay.
I'm sorry. I was on mute. Yeah, I am.
Good. I'm staying here and I'm looking.
There we go. I put it there coarsely. It was really about related to the hospital setting. It's such a short stay. And I'm at 50% of the trauma and probably 50 or less in the hospital setting are trauma related. It seems as though we don't want to open up Pandora's box, but we want to give them a sample of what does a safe, appropriate conversation, what would that look like? How do you talk about it?
Oh, who's the there you're referring to? Are you talking to the care receiver?
The chaplain to the patient.
Okay.
And that they're there 3 days or less. And because they connect about trauma, it's to give them a sample of what a safe and appropriate conversation about their trauma would look like or feel like for them to identify that, because they're here and they're gone.
Got it. Okay.
We'd hope the social worker, and we could message the social worker and behavioral health team about resources and all, but we get the surface of the trauma. We really don't have the time or the capacity to really do a lot of that, or maybe that's my own assumption that is wrong about trauma-informed care.
No, I don't think your assumption is wrong. I'll do an example of this in my next didactic.
Oh, excellent.
So everyone can appreciate your question and we'll have time to have an answer. I think it's an excellent question.
Okay, excellent. Awesome.
Is that satisfactory? Okay, thank you. Turn your screen off for 30 seconds. You need a break.
Yes.
Okay, let's regroup. I'm so glad and grateful for your attention. It's all day long class, so I thought somebody would be knocked out by now, but everybody is like glowing eyes. Like, I see your excitement in your eyes. Oh, what a group I have. Good. Okay. Again, our policy for video conferencing is to have a freedom of stretching anytime, standing up or walk around, and yawn and drink and eat. Anything's possible. Just don't turn off the video because I just want to see you. I'm so curious about how you're doing. Okay? Great job, Kate. I see you standing up. Good. Every now and then, I also, stand up and sit down, and I have a liftable stand. Okay, next hour, Chaplain James is going to give us didactic on empathy, sympathy, and burnout. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
You're good.
Okay. Joseph, thank you for saying that. I'm so tired. I don't know. I just changed my job back to old job last week. It's kind of transitional moment.
Oh, by the way, James, your PowerPoint screen is kind of small. I see your screen and PowerPoint screen is the same size, 50-50. Can you make the PowerPoint bigger?
Like this?
Oh, yeah, that's better.
That's better?
Okay.
All right, let's do this. Okay, let me enlarge this a little bit more if I can. Yeah. Okay, I want to see you guys' face as well. All right, this is about emotion and feeling and sympathy and empathy, and even we will extend our emotion to burnout, chaplains of burnout, because personally, I felt a lot of burnout over the years. So it's kind of a strategy that I recognize my emotions and my feelings to prevent a burnout so that I can I still function in my life. That's kind of my goal. So I've been presenting this one usually in person setting. This is my hybrid speaking through the screen camera, so I feel weird. All right, this one covers a lot of outcomes indicators if you can see level 1 and level 2, and hope that you can catch some of your outcomes indicators is your goal. If you need a PowerPoint, maybe I will share with you later. And let's begin with feeling right now. As I shared, I feel a little bit overwhelmed with new setting. I would like to hear from you if you can share your feeling. As Joseph mentioned, that we spend a lot of hours, we're still alive. That's kind of my common response to in the prison setting when someone asked me, "How are you, Reverend Kim?" I said, "Still alive." So, but I would like to listen from you, your feeling right now after having a couple hours of dialectic and interaction with group. Anyone else?
I'm excited, excited, overwhelmed, and curious. Excited because I love to learn new things. Overwhelmed because I'm a full-time chaplain, serve as an interim, and have all this work. Curious about the online, like as you said, James, the online format. It's been effective today, and we're gonna make it work, but it's different because you're not in a circle, you're not in our cohorts, they're so small and intimate. It's just different. So trying to adjust to that.
For joining me. Anyone else? He share about excitement and frustration, overwhelmed.
I'm just feeling equanimous and allowing for the whole experience.
Okay.
Just as is. Yeah. There's a sense of gladness to be in this forum. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Ram. Anyone else?
I'm excited to move to the next unit, but I'll be honest, that is overwhelming. I feel overwhelmed, not because just for the unit, but because I straddled too many things at the same time. So, but I'm grateful and excited for the next stage.
Okay. Overwhelming. Anyone else?
I'm excited about this opportunity. However, starting to feel a little bit overwhelmed at what I'm taking on at this time, especially with that excellent last hour. Thank you so much, Dr. Donna, the trauma-informed care. That was just outstanding. But making me feel mindful of what I'm getting myself into, and but excited at the same time.
Yeah. Looks like we all have a mixed feelings. Yeah, excited, overwhelmed. Anyone else?
Yeah, I say I feel open to learn more skills, to get what I'm able to get from this unit. And at the same time, like many of us have said, knowing that I'll be back to school full time, I also feel a little bit overwhelming. It is, yeah. So, but I'm open and ready to embrace what comes. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. Try to find a mindfulness in the midst of your journey. Thank you, Jennifer. That means a lot. That's a lot. Anyone else in the minor group?
Yeah, I guess I just echo everything everybody else said. Overwhelmed, I guess a little anxious. I am writing paperwork for full membership in the South Carolina Conference for the Board of Ordained Ministry. So that's due October 3rd, and this is part of that requirement for CPE. So I'm just kind of living into this season right now. So yeah, but all good stuff.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Looks like we all covered, right? Anyone else? I think I don't see Kate in the picture. I'm sorry, naming.
Yeah, I'm here. I think probably I would say I'm just feeling humbled because I always really appreciate Donna's teaching, and I was sitting there so focused trying to learn it, and then just reminded that my body also needed to move and express, which is why I picked a spot to stretch. But it's just humbling. Sometimes you know a thing and you forget to do it, and then you remember to put it back together.
I agree. The body keeps score. Yeah. Anyone else?
I guess I'm also anxious. My two kids are downstairs and they've just been like screaming for the past like 2 hours. But they're taken care of, and my wife is home now. So I mean, just this East Coast time, I'm a little bit, anxious about getting food on the table and helping with family stuff, I guess, if I can be open in saying that. So anyways, yeah, that's just my head's at right there. And I feel it in my body too, I guess. Like I gotta get down there, but I want to be here too. So anyways, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Jim. That's powerful. Okay, if you share your feeling right now, thank you so much for sharing. That's actually how we value our feelings every day. And when we enter the room, we value their feelings really well. So always I teach my students that recognize our feelings first, then getting into the room, recognize their feelings. That's a really self-awareness and social awareness, which is about EQ. And oftentimes we recognize that a feeling is it's like a sting, some part of our body, sometimes hands, sweaty. I feel sweaty right now. It's not me. I'm anxious right now. I'm joining a gym. Sometimes it stays, our chest and the neck and something like that. Anyone else want to share where your feeling stays right now? Maybe one or two people can share. Put a time boundary. You guys are anxious. Where do you feel your feeling in your body?
Is that a question to me? Sorry.
Anybody.
Anything.
I'm the only one saying I'm anxious.
Oh, yeah, I'm joining you, Jim. I'm anxious.
Yeah.
Well,
Because I feel tension in my shoulders. I don't know.
Oh, shoulder. Yeah.
Well, I feel a little anxious too. Is like, okay, it's 5:15. My spouse just walked in, and I'm like, okay, I had lunch at 3, kind of dinner. You can figure that out on your own. But excited, but like, and then I've got to get up early and go into work tomorrow. I just want to do. I'm really into the moment, so I really want to just do this. But I realize I have to pull away and do chaplaincy. So I'm trying to balance that. Balance is the key. And right now, I don't feel a lot of balance. It will come. It will come.
It will come. Do you feel anything through your body where your feeling stays right now?
A little adrenaline.
Adrenaline? Ooh.
Adrenaline, like I'm super attentive. Okay, what's going on upstairs? How am I present here?
Okay.
And after that, I'm on call tonight. So I'm like, okay, this could be a really long day, or it could be a good night's sleep. So adrenaline for sure right now.
Yeah, you feel your energy in your body.
Yeah, energy, heart rate, little sweaty palms, engagement. Yeah.
That's what happened to us when we feel something, isn't it? And when we enter the room, I am sure a patient has the same thing going on in their body and their mind. So I want to say the feelings are very important, even important to us. When we recognize it, we can bring ourselves to here and now. So that is very important. I'll share with you your picture. Right side of the picture is, I got it from definitely internet. It is South Korea. We share a lot of emotions together. So all emotions are pretty much contagious in my culture. And then I noticed in American culture, and Ram talked about a lot of immigrant stories. I myself, as an immigrant, I found that in the United States, also emotions are very contagious. Looking at the world and looking at the United States, even church and religious activities or different environments, and it's everywhere. So look at the picture. There's someone who's passing, smiling face, and next to person. Says as I started with it today, this director with feeling anxious and overwhelmed. I guess that contagious feeling went to you and you shared the same thing. That's kind of what we do and what we feel. Now, over the years, I'm thinking about emotion a lot. I read a couple of books and study and research. This is my own definition. Emotion is like this is a Hoover Dam. I wonder if you ever been there or not. I went there one time many years ago with my family. It's huge. And emotion is like something that's contained in ourselves. And as long as we can maintain, we're aware. Or sometimes there's something happening deep inside of us, like an earthquake or heavy rain outside our sources. So external, internal sources are shaking our emotions, feelings. That's okay. we recognize it, but at some point we cannot control it, our emotions. And we see that happen a lot, especially the city I'm living in, Syracuse in New York. We have a lot of shootings, people just driving and they're angry and shoot, kill a couple days or two. So it's really scary because people cannot realize their emotions and feelings and they don't recognize it. This is a video that I found. I share with you. It's like, imagine that you're like a dam, keeping your emotions really well maintained, self-awareness, social awareness, but all of a sudden something happened, it collapsed. That's emotion. That's a power of emotion. As long as you keep inside, emotion is okay. Emotion is beautiful. But when it erupts and begin hurting ourselves, begin hurting even patients, that's why CP is important. We are not here to hurt our patients because of our emotion, uncontrolled emotions. If anybody wants to comment, that's always okay. And talking about emotion is our first layer, understanding what's happening in me, my emotions, my feeling, where my body is feeling it, recognizing it. And this is a common video. It's a very famous video. Maybe some of you already watched it. This is about our group will read this book, Brené Brown, and her book, The Gift of Imperfection. She teaches about difference between sympathy and empathy. Anybody watched this video before? Yeah, everybody's, yeah, this is very famous video. Let's look at it. I'm not sure his voice go through or not.
So what is empathy and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, climb down. I know what it's like down here, and you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no. You want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with at least. I had it, yeah. And we do it all the time because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful, and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So I had a miscarriage. Oh, at least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now. I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
So mostly what we chaplains do is empathy work. Empathy is the capacity of attune to and share the vitality of another one's emotional experience moment by moment, that we can say here and right now, here and now. That is very important. And also she mentioned about empathy is a choice. We intentionally make a choice to getting into someone else's feeling. This is a picture that I found, and you and me, and there's a common ground. I'm getting into we area. That the intention is involved. Without intention, we always become sympathy. And before we into sympathy, I'm going to talk about empathy is not always good. Sometimes empathy is, sometimes not good, which is unconscious empathy. We talked about today a lot of countertransferences. This is a power of self-awareness. We need to understand intentionally going into someone else's feeling, but at the same time, we need to intentionally understanding what's happening to us. That is part of both way empathy in me and in patient. So unconscious empathy, this is more like a psychological terminology. If we don't recognize unconscious empathy, we prison ourselves. The language is strong, isn't it? We prison ourselves, someone else's nervous system, which is, if you see in the middle, there is, I'm going to use this. I just found it today. There is you, we, I am, and trapped by the feeling, which is a dam, Hoover Dam, and then later covering ourselves outside is like a unimaginable countertransference, projective identification and compassion fatigue and burnout. All those are heavy psychological language. You can study and research later. But these things are sometimes block our empathy work. Let me clean this out. So when we get into, oh, how can I delete this one? Clear all drawing. Okay, I did it. When we're getting into a patient's room, we always scan ourselves as well, what's happening to us. And even in the room, as Joseph mentioned about awareness and constantly checking our emotions in with the patient's interaction, what's happening, my emotions going through because of this person, countertransference. I'm going to explain to you later, countertransference or projective identification, which means someone throw their feelings and then I feel now dirty. And confession fatigue is I can't do anymore. Burnout is I'm done. Something like that. Those things are just trapping our emotions, empathy. So we are not functioning at all. So be mindful what's happening in our dam, which is a picture of Hoover Dam that I showed to you. Now, sympathy is a little bit different, as Brown expressed. Sympathy is a capacity of feel for someone. So when I share I'm anxious, many of you join. When Jim said anxious, I join him. When I say I'm overwhelmed, you join me. That is a moment of empowerment to me. I feel I'm not alone. I'm with you guys. So it's a joining process. But sympathy is like a concern, pity, sorrow, but it's a far away saying, oh, that's something like that. It acknowledges the other person's pain, but usually from a slight distance, I feel sorry for you. So empathy is really joining, but sympathy is, oh, I'm sorry for you. It creates emotional distance. It often comes with a compassion, benevolence, because it's clearly setting up long distance boundary, but not necessarily with a shared experience. So this is kind of my definition. I developed some differences. Okay, this is a screen. Empathy means to feel someone to imaginatively, emotionally enter their world, even unconsciously, as with attunement. So it's just kind of repeating, so getting into someone else's shoes. As all of you joined me today. Sympathy means, this is Korean picture. We have a proverb like fire in the neighbor's house. We're standing across the street. Oh, there is fire. Must be hot. Oh, wow. House is burning down. So the language here you see is in Korean language. Sympathy means to feel someone for someone, to recognize definitely, and express care, but without necessarily entering their inner experience. So there's a clear definition, getting into someone's feeling. Just draw a line, then I don't want to get into someone's feeling. Any other questions, any other comments you want to share about these two differences? Okay, let's move on. Once we notice our sympathy, empathy, our emotions, now we need to talk about burnout because this is crucial work. If we don't recognize our symptoms, we're not going to do our job. That's at least my feeling. I'm learning. And over the years, I learned these things, and I'm pretty sure many of you already heard about this one. There's a compassion fatigue, mostly happening to us in firefighters or first responders, and then it burnouts, exhaustion, any happening. I feel like exhausted and I can't do my functioning. Vicarious traumatization is it's listening to stories someone else's, as if someone comes to me, hey James, I had a car accident yesterday, and then the next person I watch him die. So that story triggers me. So this traumatization action actually keep me awake. Like in the morning, all of a sudden at 12 o'clock ish, my body wakes me up, and then I didn't know why, but I can't go back to sleep. That symptom is vicarious traumatization happening to us. So we have to recognize that as well. Secondary trauma is pretty much similar in our family, loved one, and other people next to us. We are experiencing their trauma. I characterize
Reverend James,
yeah.
In the previous slide, right? Are you using the word empathy and compassion as synonyms?
No.
No, okay.
I'm sorry, I made a confusion. I'm so sorry.
No.
It's different.
Yeah.
So in trauma setting, let me close my screen. Can you see the screen here?
Yes.
Vicarious trauma is happening, our internalizing trauma, and worldview changes as symptoms, emotional numbing and mistrust, loss, and meaning is changing. And the secondary trauma is also happening, emotional reaction to others, and a shock, anxiety, intrusive thoughts, and a compassion fatigue is burnout feeling and overcaring, exhaustion, and detachment, irritability. And this is what I found mostly happening to medical professionals, EMT, and police, and all responders, and teachers, caregivers, and even chaplains. So the question is, how can we prevent this one? This is where I understand about what's happening and countertransference and transference. Left side is us, and right side is our patient. When we visit our patient, a lot of times we hear their stories and their feelings are coming to us. If we don't aware, we don't process countertransference, we give it back to them. Because sometimes the patient is coming as a mom, my mom. So I have some unresolved issues with my mom. Then I try to treat the patient as like mom or some other people in our lives. That is unhealthy countertransference. This way is a transference, and going back is a countertransference. As a caregiver, spiritual caregiver, we're always aware that countertransference is happening every single moment. I mean, even right now between you and me and in this group, we have to always aware that healthy transference and countertransference is where empathy, not sympathy, empathy is working. And their feelings are coming to us. We are aware that, okay, she is not my mom. She is a patient. So draw a line in between in the patient. We find a common ground here. Patient-centered spiritual care. I'm not going to give spiritual care because I'm thinking that person is my mom, but I'm giving spiritual care because patient is a patient. She's not my mom. So that happened here is empathy. We are able to getting into a patient's shoes. If we practice, I practice this a lot with, especially in a prison setting, with this kind of diagram that I practice daily, I'm able to engage empathy in reality with communication with a lot of inmates and mentally challenged, even offenders. But if I go through here, I'm not functioning. This term projective identification is extremely important to us. Elaine Klein used this feeling. This is like a feeling dirty. That's my definition. If someone is angry and someone is feeling so nasty and keeps sharing that feeling to me, then always I feel like angry too. It's like emotion troubles, as I shared at the beginning of our presentation. So always aware that someone's feeling is not my feeling. Someone's feeling is that person's feeling. When we aware that moment, then we can create empathy feeling here. We have a couple of minutes, I believe. I would like to listen from you. You have any burnout story that you were not able to function, share your empathy, remain in this sympathy, or sometimes you leave the moment? Anyone wants to share?
Can you go back to a couple of slides before? Sorry.
Oh yeah, which one?
On the last one you had was projective identification.
Let me
one before that.
Let me go here.
I didn't catch that.
I mean, this one?
One before.
This one?
Oh, yeah. And the next one was the other projective identification. Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you.
You have a question or you want to see it?
No, I just wanted to see. Yeah.
I can share with you later.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah. So I would like to listen from you. Any of you had a moment that you had a full of empathy, but all of a sudden your empathy is not working. You become more sympathy person, and then later burnout, not functioning.
I have one. So Dale, as you know, can be really hard to get into sometimes, and you just can't do all the things you want to do. So there was one day I went in on a holiday or a Saturday, I forget which, but was just cranking through my backlog of people. And normally I know about what my range of people that I can talk to and still be balanced is. But this day I really pushed it because I was far behind from a week of lockdowns. And I think I saw it was 12 or 13 people. It was nuts, like a lot. Mm-hmm. And I got to the last one and I was looking at him, and these are all they're telling whatever it is they want to talk about, but there's usually crime and kind of things involved in that. And I just looked at him and I could not stop judging him.
Oh.
So basically, the other ones were okay, but I felt the decline. And then after I walked out, I was just like, I know my number. It's too many. Like, I know the point where it switches inside of me, and all I think about is the crime or the action. And so I've never tried to push it like that again. I always stay in a safer zone where I know that I'm going to be 100 or close to 100% as a chaplain.
That's amazing. You're self-aware. You know your capacity. You know where to go, not to go. Yeah, that's really amazing. That's all about what I presented today. Self-awareness. Thank you, Kate. Sometimes we push it, right? A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And we lose our empathy. Anyone else? Skip, you have a question?
Well, I appreciate Kate's comments. I always hate raising my hand like I'm not listening, but I'm guilty of like checking, okay, where are the other chaplains doing? How many visits are they making? And, I fall into that. Like, I don't want to be low. I don't want to be highest. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, that's not healthy. My question was coming from a pastorate where I was burned out, where, sympathy to not feeling, now re-emerging into a role of ministry of chaplaincy, I'm particularly attuned to how that should not happen again. So what do I do? How do I govern myself? How do I protect my heart, soul, and mind so that burnout doesn't happen? I'm much different, older, hopefully more mature, but I'm aware of that frailty of how burnout can happen. And I've been there before, and it's not pleasant. And how does that not happen in this role of such intense emotional presentation? So I'm really attentive to that. So I'm really watching and saying, how do I do this now as a mature person in ministry in a different format? How do I listen for that? What am I aware of for myself? Burnout, weariness, empathy to sympathy, not feeling. How do I shut down? What are my signs that I see that as approaching?
Yeah. I mean, your explanation reminds me of the dam that I showed to you. It's holding emotion, and all of a sudden something happened. It triggered our emotion. It just break through, and it cannot contain. That is really burning out. We just stop doing it. So awareness is really important. Anyone else? You have any burnout story?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have multiple burnout stories that borderline to compassion fatigue. And that's why I really love IS sessions that we have for chaplaincy, because I think that is the space that has allowed me in all two completed units to have self-empathy, because that is something that I thought always like extending empathy with. So it was always outward, but the ability to empathize with oneself, to check how you're feeling, because Donna will stop me in IS and say, okay, how are you feeling right now? That helps you to really don't judge yourself too much, but how are you feeling? It's that is some sort of invitation to empathize with yourself, to be with yourself in a positive rather than in a negative sense, which burnout does. And someone is like, I'm so drawn to most of my care spaces. I was drawn and worked a lot with care recipients that are traumatized. So I just imbued myself in that trauma environment for too long that it started becoming real burnout. And I would say to a point of some sort of compassion fatigue, where there's some sort of distanciation, but you don't know that. You're just feeling it in your body, and that ability to pause. And I mean, something I would never have done for myself, even though is that, okay, stop. How are you feeling right now? And for me, the first time I started getting, how are you feeling right now? I want to rationalize it. And then the question is, pause. How are you really feeling right now? Because it's for me, I escaped that self-reflection, that introspection to say, how are you feeling? I often escape it to rationalize, because I didn't think I needed to empathize with my own self. And the more I started saying, wait, you cannot truly empathize with the other without doing it for you, because you cannot give what you don't have. So that really started helping me to deal with burnout, and to even realize I'm burnout, and to articulate and say, truly, this is burnout moment. So
Yeah. Oh, that's great. I like the story. Actually, your story is self-examination, self-supervision reminds me of my daughter is a nurse. My wife is a nurse. It's interesting that my daughter one day shared that she walked like working at the hospital like a machine, not a human. I think that is a symptom of burnout. It's like a machine, pork and blood and give medicine. So that moment, she realized that I need to take care of myself, my emotion, my feeling. Otherwise, I can function as a nurse. So it reminds, at least your story is a reminder of what I heard from my daughter too. Any other story, burnout story, recognize you?
Yes,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to share my story. I was calling to be in a NICU.
Oh,
Yeah, because the mother has twins and her womb, but one of the twins are dead. So she delivered the dead one and keep the live one in the womb. And when I entered into the room, she was so emotional. So I know the feeling because I lost two babies. My wife. So as soon as I hear my phone, the nurse called me and tell me about the situations. I feel that feeling, and I went with that feeling to meet them where they are. But what brought me out was when I saw the husband, when I was minister, the wife, the patient, the husband was playing in his phone. And my feelings was just miserable, I'm doing right now.
What do you think?
Or keep or stay with her. And my decision was quickly just stay with her and be with her in that moment.
Any other comments for Alfred else?
And then, let me finish. And then I stayed with her, I ministered her, and did everything with her. But my feelings against him. I don't say nothing. I just told them, you need more from us, just let us know. And when I get into my curriculum, just try to read to get myself back together, to have some self-care to myself, reflecting in the Father and the way he's acting. And I thought that maybe it's the way, or he is in somehow try to ignore the moment, try to as isolation. I have some kind of isolation from the atmosphere, making for him some kind of safe space. And I understand in my reflection that I have to give it to him his space to grieve.
Yeah.
Because maybe he's the way that he can express his grief, holding his emotion for a moment. Try to think if he has to be grateful for the one who is alive in the womb of the wife, or grieve the one who is dead. And I just get into my curriculum, burn out emotionally, fatigue, overwhelming, crying somehow because of the situation. And I don't know if I'm doing right or wrong. I do the best I can, and I'm be happy for that.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's very difficult situation. Have you felt burnout from that situation story, or where you feel empathy? Okay.
Yes, I recognize that I was burned out, so that's why I went to my curriculum. I have the self-awareness to just take a moment of peace, go to my safe space, my secret space, and just take a 30 good minutes of rest. Okay. And do the things that bring me comfort and bring me peace in that moment.
Yeah, that's the moment.
Have some kind of relaxing.
I think your story is also related to Kate's story. It is notice what's happening right now here, and then notice the limit and feeling aware, and notice that my dam is working or keeping or not. Yeah. Thank you, Alfred. Anyone else? Any comments for Alfred, or anyone share stories in the comments?
Yeah, Alfred, when you said you went to your curriculum, what is that? What do you mean by that?
My desk, we have curriculums, desk with computers to do or charts and everything. And yes, I just been there laying down in my chair.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Skip, for clarifying that.
I have a story or two. I first of all, I think for me, as I was reflecting on burnout, like I've been on the recipient end of burnout in some context with working with others that feel like, I can't do this job anymore, so you're the next in line, you're the associate, I'm going to give it to you, and I'm going to go take my vacation or take my time off, or I can't do this funeral because I did the last one, or I can't go see this person, the passing the buck kind of thing. And always the rhetoric is kind of like, it was done to me, so therefore, sorry, here that's the gig. And that's its own trauma, I guess, in some sense. And a lot of times that it's passing burnout to me too, in ways. So I've recognized that, and tried to take that with me in my leadership, as recognizing good and bad leadership, and also recognizing how to name it, and be a part of the team instead of a hierarchical thing, which that's just sometimes that's just ministry. But I would say personally, like what comes to mind for like my first time of experience burnout, when my dad passed, I was constantly having phone calls with my mom, like throughout the night, about death and dying. And I just got burned out to a point. I was like newly pastor of 3 Point Charge and senior pastoring that, solo, and felt like I could not be her pastor. I was dealing with my own stuff, and so I had to make a hard choice and say, like, I can't be your pastor anymore, Mom. I got my own stuff, and that was really traumatic. And for her to hear, and that changed our relationship. And still, there's unfinished work there that I recognize. So, and that I recognize as burnout, as someone mentioned, not being poured into or being empty is a symptom of burnout. Like that's definitely what I was feeling in that moment.
Okay.
So yeah, those are two things that I think about.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Well, that's what happening to a church's system is systematic burnout, and including family stories. And there are 4 languages maybe we can think of: emotion, sympathy, and the burnout language is self-awareness, as we're talking about it, self-management, we're setting the boundaries, and the social awareness, what's happening our surroundings, social management. What we call this is EQ. When we keep up with this management awareness, we will definitely do something to prevent burnout symptoms to us. I'm going to show you that we have a time boundary. I'm going to share with you the last slide. There's some references. These are some references you can research. The Figley is a famous guy about compassion fatigue. It is very a well-known book, and Klein is another book, and Lips is talking about what I mentioned about empathy and other books mentioned here. If you want to do more further study, you can read and you can read it. Thank you for your time. Any feedbacks? And thank you for listening. I'm losing it. Maybe you feel I'm losing my voice right now. It's like really exhausting. So thank you so much for watching me and looking at me and listening to me and joining me and participating in this discussion. Any comments from you?
Yeah, quick question, Ravinjan. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. It was, and I touched on it earlier. Can you contrast in your definition between the word compassion versus empathy?
Sympathy and empathy, right?
No, compassion and empathy.
Oh, compassion. Compassion is a suffering with, is we suffer with that person. You mentioned about empathy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much exchangeable. Sympathy is different. Yeah. Compassion, empathy is very exchangeable. We suffer with the patient.
I see. This reason I brought up is in the Buddhist definition as one of the heavenly abodes, we use the word compassion. Yes, it's suffer with, but we don't stay there. We wish that suffering would go away. The alleviation part is emphasized. So that's why we deal with the word empathy fatigue more than a compassion fatigue, because there is opportunity to have a larger capacity for compassion. But we tend to use the word empathy fatigue more often. That's the reason I asked. Thank you.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
And just a word, just encouragement to Jim. I hope your generation breaks that cycle of pastoral burnout that you were dumped on. That you as your place in the future, you'll resist the temptation to do that, and commend you for setting boundaries with your mom. Your mom will most likely need a son much more than she'll need a pastor in the long run. And hopefully she'll come to realize that, because you're a son. And I think those are two really good roles. And thank you for sharing that so publicly with us.
I love it. Yeah, that's powerful. Yeah. Jim, how was you feeling about listening Skip's encouragement?
Yeah, thank you, Skip.
Yeah.
Truly, thank you.
I'm encouraged too.
Yeah, I mean, I've done far too many family funerals, but it's just a weird role to be in. And sometimes I've had to say to them, I'm your brother right now, and I can't. I'll do that as a task, but I need to be your brother, and they'll eventually come to that. And I'm just so glad you're in the program.
Yeah, thank you, Skip.
Thanks, James. This has been good.
All right, let's take another 5-minute break, and then we will come back. I'm trying to restore my voice. I'll come back. How about that?
Okay, let's regroup. I've been watching you behind the curtain, and then thank you so much for your attention. You guys were so into. Thank you. I changed the order a little bit, the order of didactics. So I'm going to go first before James, and James will come after me. Okay. For this hour, we'll do the patient-focused conversation. Okay. Patient-focused conversation, which is very, it may feel basic, but it is one of the foundational skill sets you want to be so familiar with. Okay. Okay, this is what I mean by patient-focused conversation. All right. This didactic has to do with these indicators about communication style and skills. Okay. When you talk about 1A13 or 1B15, you can use this skill set to meet your indicator about communication style. Okay? I want you to have patient-focused conversation in your visit. Okay. You guys talked a little bit about this, but there's a difference between pastoral care and pastoral care and counseling. Okay. Counseling is to help the client, they say, to come out of their issues. For example, when you provide therapy to a client with depression, your goal is to help the person to come out of it, and simply put, fix it. Fix the issue of depression, right? And that's counseling. But pastoral caregiver does not have that goal to fix. Okay? And what is our goal? Is to positively affect people's lives by nurturing their connections to their God or to their sacredness. So if that person is an atheist, they still have sacredness, personal sacred meaning system. Do you remember that, PSMS? Okay, we believe that they do have, they still have their nurturing connection to their sacredness. Okay, and our role is to assist them to reconnect or stay stronger in the connection. Okay, and then we'll try to help them find their sacred experience. So we're just accompany them, and then we'll assist them on the side instead of trying to fix something. There's a huge difference. We're not counselors. Okay. So we try to use, this is our main tool, which is conversation, pastoral caregiving conversation, to make that happen. And when we try to make that conversation happen between us and the care recipient, we have to keep this in mind, which is when we meet with the patient, we need to acknowledge that they are as important existential entity as we are. Okay? They're not smaller than us. They're not our helpee or with their helper. They're equally smart, intelligent. They have emotions. Okay, they have intelligence and capacities. So we need to acknowledge that they are as important existential entity. What it means is that their experience and their philosophies and their orienting system is as huge as ours. So in other words, two big words meet with each other, like two big balloons meet each other. Okay? That's what happens when we try to have conversation with them. So in the moment of this contact, the conversation, there's only a small window opens. And we have to be very focused to take advantage of that window opening. And then we can make connection with them. And we can make assessment, spiritual assessment about their needs. That's why we have to focus very much on here and now. Only as much as they open it up, the window up, we can make connection. And we have to keep following where they are, okay? So that we can have appropriate spiritual assessment about their needs, spiritual needs and their spiritual resources. It's easier said than done. When it's a practice, it's very, very difficult. Simple, but difficult. So to help you have a feeling about that experience over it, I want you to play some game, okay? Which is called the poetry relay. Okay. Have you tried this poetry relay? Another way to put it is so when I'm going to divide you into two groups. Oh, no, there's too many. I want to divide you into three groups. Okay. And then I'm going to give you the topic. The first person in the group, no order, will write 2 lines of poem. Next person will write of acknowledgement, first line. And then write the second line of your own, developing from that previously said comment, not based upon the topic. Does it make sense? Not based upon the topic, but based upon the previous person's comment. First line, acknowledgement. Second line, your own idea, responding to the previous comment. And in the same manner, the next person responds to that person's comment. Acknowledgement first, and then write your own response to that previous comment only. Not to the topic. Not to the topic. Stay in the moment, here and now. Forget about the topic. So that you just keep chasing what's been said. Okay? Does it make sense? Now let me emphasize this again. Forget about the topic from the second person. Okay? Just focus on the previous comments only. And then you write this poem, you make 2 turns. And then you come back to the bigger group and we'll share that. Okay? Write it down somewhere. Or you can copy and paste or somewhere. Okie doke. Let me break you guys into 3 groups.
How much time?
I'll give you 7 minutes about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going now.
Make 3 groups. Thank you.
Got
Thank you. All right. Go ahead.
James, you can continue to rest your voice if you stay here. I was telling him to stay.
Okay, James, you can stay and then stay rested.
Alice, you haven't joined yet. Jennifer, you haven't joined yet.
You don't see the breakout room?
The invitation?
Okay.
No, I didn't see any invitation.
Go Okay, interesting.
I'll do it again.
No.
Now room 2 has too many people.
Yeah. You want to divide?
I'll move her to room 3.
I think that happened. Yeah.
Can you move one person out of room 2 to room 3?
To room 3, sure. Alfredo, there he goes.
There you go. Okay, good. All right. So how's your first?
Keep resting your voice, James.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm getting better.
Keep drinking something hot.
It's very good presentation. Thank you.
Drinking water.
I see a good harmony of your dialectics between Donna and James, and yeah.
Donna, your teaching was amazing. I love it.
You're resting your voice, James. We're not letting you talk.
Okay.
We have empathy. Joseph, I want to use your first slide. Can you send me this presentation when I talk about where you talk
active
about
listening? Yes, active listening. Yes.
Yeah, counselor and a chaplain. I thought, oh, I hope Alice is listening. When you said chaplains don't fix.
I realized today, one thing that I realized, it's I really like my privacy sitting in a church office, but at the same time, I really enjoy community over the screen. So this is very interesting experience. I have my own privacy, sacred moment, but I can join everyone's community area. So kind of, oh, this is power of a hybrid. I like it.
Surprisingly, there are quite a few students who prefer this format. They say they feel more protected.
Yeah.
I can imagine that.
Right.
Yeah. It took some getting used to for me. I did. Joseph said to me, since you said it about me, I can share it. Joseph said to me, James, you should smile more. What he said is, could you just smile? You're sitting there frowning at us. But he was nice. And he said, you could smile more. But in the beginning, I was not smiling at all. So it's taken me some getting used to it. But
yeah, I took a note about you and your language, your tone of voice, your body language, your eye contact was so great. I'm learning from, this is how, okay.
Actually, Donna has grown a lot in all those
areas.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. At first, Donna looked, I mean, let me tell you this again, this unintended messages. You don't know how you look on the screen.
Yeah.
Until you watch yourself later. Yeah, so.
Which is painful.
So it takes a little bit of, for lack of a better term, a little bit of acting on the screen.
Acting. Joseph, you do it so well. It just seems like, oh my goodness, you are flawless.
No, I
don't. You haven't
so.
seen him yet, James, when he will reach back and grab a presentation from 4 weeks ago and go right to the slide he needs, and just
I agree.
Yeah.
You don't know how much how often I was picked on by Kido. So the first mistake that I made as a CEC was like, I had a tendency when I was a student, I had a tendency to participate like this as a student, like as Audrey.
They got 1 minute. I'm bringing them back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Audrey's doing like this today. So that's the way I did.
Right.
The way I did. And then I had no idea until I watched myself on the video. And I was doing like this, Of course, I didn't intend anything, but I mean,
Unintended, yeah.
Students got the message from me. Oh, maybe that educator is not really interested in us. And
wow.
So that was a shocking for me.
Frowning, right. Right.
Don had a tendency of frowning when, he shoot things deep. And
now I remind myself, smile, smile. Joseph says smile.
So our team may get the Nobel Prize for Literature. Just so
how about that?
We're just saying.
How many will I need? 3, 4?
Wow. I can't wait. I can't wait.
Ram, set the bar low. Set the bar low.
Let's see what the other team comes with.
Don't listen to Skip. Keep that bar high.
Awesome.
We are allowed to. One form of self-care is to continue with the fantasizing mode.
The moon is made out of cheese.
Okay. Do we have everybody? All right, good. So I'm excited to listen to your poem. So whenever you're ready, just put them on the chat box. Your group poem. Put them in the chat box, please.
Okay.
I'm doing it.
Fall colors. Fall colors.
Okay. Kate, would you read it for the big group? What you got?
All right. With the title of it flash by real quick. So this was our guess where to start.
Okay.
Fall is here.
I'm sorry, Kate. So when you read it, let us know by saying who said this, and then you read it, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Kate, fall is here, and it makes me think about rain, leaves, and coming cold. Victor, wonderful. I hope the rains will give us some respite. I seriously pray for some snow. Alfredo, I love the snow. Makes me think in Christmas. Christmas was when Jesus was born. Kate, but why rush to Christmas? Fall is a good gift.
All right, that's good. You could see the flow, stay in the moment, and then respond to the previous comment only, not to the topic. That's what it's supposed to be. Patient focused here and now. Okay. All right. The
second group.
Okay, second group. Can you read it in the same manner?
I hope so. I hope I got it right, team. Ram, leaves are rejoicing and they are dancing. James, as they fall, I'm reminded of winter is next. Death's coldness is near, sadness surrounds. Rom, and there is nothing permanent. Everything changes in an instant.
No.
James, change is inevitable. Seasons come and go. Skip, the winter snow melts to the hope of spring.
Wow. You guys are poets.
Yeah.
We didn't know it.
Look at that.
And the Nobel Prize goes to Skip.
I don't know.
Wow. Just wow, wow, wow. Okay. Very good. That was good. And then you can see the flow, right? Responding to the previous comment, not to the topic. Okay. All right. How about the third team? Who is going to read it for us?
Would that be us, me,
Yeah.
Jennifer, Alice? Okay, Jennifer, I love fall because of the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Alice, fall colors the world in fire before the cold. Audrey, I can see the benefits of the fire. It makes me feel warm.
Okay. Right. Okay.
And that was as far as we got.
Okay. There's no time for the second turn?
No, we kind of started it and then we got off. Yeah, we started it with Alice started with brief. It's like a heavy storm cloud. And then I said, yes, I understand. It can feel heavy sometimes. And that was as far as we got. We got cut off.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you for trying. Okay. I see that all of you guys understood the concept of patient focused and then stay here and now. Forget about what was said in the beginning, right? Just stay right there. Respond to just previously said comment. This is very, very important because that's how you use that window open in the moment. Okay. Now, that's a first practice. Now we're going to jump into the real scenario, okay, of the verbatim and then see how you can figure that out on the real scenario. This is the real case. We just made a little addition, but this is the real case. Okay. There is a patient named Maria. A 30-year-old Latina woman was 18 weeks pregnant with her second child. She was recently diagnosed with ovarian cancer. When I arrived, she was lying in bed with lights dimmed, staring at the ceiling. The TV was muted, on but muted. Hospital food tray was untouched. Her face looked tired. Her hands clutched her phone. There were no personal items in the room. I was making rounds and decided to stop in since the nurse mentioned Maria had just received tough news from the oncologist. Okay, so you are the chaplain, you make the visit, and this is the verbatim. Okay, all right. Excuse me. So the chaplain, you, says, "Hi, are you Maria?" Trying to be gentle, nervous tone. Okay. Skip, can you be the patient and read patient?
Yes. Yes.
And then Alice, can you read the thought process? P2.
You want both of them is flat tone, no eyes contact.
Okay. I'm Peter, the chaplain here at the hospital. I just wanted to check in and see how you're doing today.
I don't know. Not great, obviously.
Okay. Alice, after Alice, read the thought process.
Forgetting to explain what a chaplain is. Felt awkward.
And the next one too. Alice?
The next question or
No.
the thought process?
Thought process of P4.
Oh, P4, the thought process. Her voice cracked, trying to stay composed.
Right, yeah, it must be hard, being sick and pregnant at the same time.
Realizing how vague and generic this sound.
I just found out that it's ovarian cancer. I'm pregnant. I have a 4-year-old at home. This wasn't supposed to happen.
Tone sharpens slightly, anger beneath surface.
Yeah, cancer is bad, but there are treatments now. You're just got to stay strong for your kids.
Trying to be positive, but sounding dismissive.
I don't need a pep talk. I'm terrified. I don't even know if the baby will be okay.
Tears in her eyes, frustrated.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to. I mean, are you religious? Maybe you could pray about it.
Panicked attempt to redirect conversation, culturally clumsy.
I pray all the time, but I don't hear anything back.
Voice low, defeated.
Maybe God is testing your faith.
Trying to be helpful, but sounding theological and insensitive.
That's not what I need right now.
Clearly hurt, begins crying softly.
I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
Genuinely remorseful, but unsure how to repair trust.
I just don't want to die and leave my son. I don't know how to go through chemo and pregnancy alone.
Deep pain finally opening up.
That sounds really scary. Thank you for sharing that with me. I can't imagine what it's like.
Finally reflecting her words, beginning to connect.
I just want someone to say this sucks and be here.
Exhausted, need presence more than words.
This sucks, Maria, and I'm here. I don't know how to fix it, but I can sit with you.
Soft tone, letting go of needing to say the right thing.
Okay, what do you think about the way he did the patient-focused conversation?
It felt awkward and clumsy and just off.
Yeah. I like the word off.
Off.
He's off.
It felt a little template driven, more robotic or mechanical.
Yes.
Yeah. Anybody else?
It felt like the chaplain made her work harder. Just
Yes.
Yes.
By not doing what?
Acting.
Yeah. He did not stay where she was.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have any empathy.
No empathy, right? Because he did not stay. He just kept thinking about the topic. She has a cancer. Cancer is bad.
Well, yeah, in C5, right. Yeah. It must be hard being sick and pregnant at the same time. What does he know as a man?
Right.
I mean, really?
Yeah. Because yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. I sensed a bit of steering too. He wants the patient to come to him.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He's pulling her to this fixed idea that, it must be really bad, to have baby and to have a cancer at the same time. It must be really bad. And you need to come to me where I am, which is, I think you're really bad. This is really bad situation. Until he's just fixed over there.
Yeah. C7, your treatments now, stay strong. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is exactly what trauma-informed care says not to do. You cannot do that because people in crisis need validation of their feeling, not this.
Exactly right. Yeah. So let's try. So if you were the chaplain, how would you say differently at C7? how can you say the patient-focused conversation? What would you say at C7 instead of what he said? You respond to P6 previously said comment. Stay right there. What would you say at C7?
How are you processing all of this?
Yes.
Yes. What was supposed to happen?
Right.
What did you want to have happen?
Right. I'm just stay right there. Stay right there. That's your role. That's what I mean by patient-focused conversation. That's what they want you to do too. Just stay right there, right as I am. That's what they want. What else could you say at C7 responding to P6? There are many ways you can say responding to P6.
Yeah, you could say it like something sounds frightening.
Oh yes, empathy. That's right.
So
Offer empathy. Very good. Who else?
Validate. Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Anybody else?
Sorry to hear that.
Yes, another empathy. Offer the empathy. Okay. Jennifer, you have something?
That must be difficult for you. How are you hanging on?
Yes. Just stay right there. Offer empathy. Anybody else?
I'm wondering about the husband. Maybe that's just my practical mind. Is it harmful to ask?
Oh yeah, so you could ask about the husband, right?
Like, do you have a support group?
That's right.
Like, who's watching your 4-year-old right now?
Right. Yeah. So how can you say that instead of going too far?
Right.
That's very good spiritual need you assessed, because you are basing it on this sentence, I have a 4-year-old at home. So how can you just stay right there and respond to that comment? How can you say that? What can you say, Jim?
I know it's obvious, but like I'm struggling to find the words, I guess. Who's watching your 4-year-old at home right now? I guess.
Yeah. Open-ended question. Yeah. And then you will learn this later in later didactic, but it's always good to start with empathy and then ask the open-ended question. Very good, Jim.
Have you talked to your 4-year-old? Have you seen them today? Was the last time you saw? I don't know.
Right. So, and then that's a closed question, and then the previous question was the open-ended question. Yeah. So who is taking care of 4-year-old at home? I wonder. Okay. But again, begin with empathy statement first. So, must be very difficult for you.
Well, and I would think too, as a man, it would be appropriate to say, I don't know what you're feeling, but I can only imagine how horrific it must be.
That's also a very good way of offering empathy.
Ovarian cancer and pregnancy, two things I can't have.
Right.
But I can empathize with the loss of two great things.
Right. Yes. Very good. Okay. All right.
May I ask a question though? Is it necessary to say to ovarian cancer, 2 things I can have? Does that patient need to hear that at that time?
I wouldn't say that. I would just realize
you're thinking that way. That's right.
Thinking that. I wouldn't say that. But
you're thinking in your head.
Because I'm a man in the room, right?
Yes, right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as a man, you can think that way. All right. So let's move on to P8. I don't need a pep talk, of course. So the patient is already off, a little boiling inside. I'm terrified. Hey, Mr. Chaplain, don't you think where I am? Stay where I am. Don't go anywhere else. That's basically what she's saying. I don't even know if the baby will be okay. And saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I mean, are you religious? Okay, really off. Really off. What kind of chaplain is that? But this really happened, believe it or not, and I'll tell you why. So at C9, think about patient focused. Stay right there. What would you say differently? C9.
Yeah. Also rendering the apology, yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. But how you must be dealing with a lot right now. Do you have any support systems?
Yeah, that's also good. So, I mean, you have to say sorry because she's apparently mad. Yeah. And then you can check with her support system because she mentioned that I don't even know if the baby will be okay. So that's an option. Okay. How can you say with open-ended question, Victor, instead of closed question? Good question. That's a good question. But how can you say it with open-ended question?
Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. But I realize you must be dealing with a lot right now. Are there any support systems?
There's still closed question. So open-ended question means that like when, who, how, where. That's open-ended question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what are the available support systems?
Yes. Yeah, you can say that. Yeah. And I wonder who you can ask for help.
Okay.
Yeah. To take care of the baby. I wonder who. Yeah. Okay. All right. Are there any other ways of saying open? I mean, the patient focused.
What is your greatest fear about your baby?
Oh, that's also a very good question. Very good question. Very good open-ended question. Okay. Okay. If you want to offer empathy statement, what kind of empathy statement you can offer at C9? Anybody else who's been quiet? Audrey, what would you say? Responding to
C9. Pretty much what everyone else has said. I would apologize too that wasn't my intent. And then I didn't know if it would be appropriate to say, have you, maybe because of the question about the baby or the concern about the baby, direct the person to a nurse or a doctor, or do you have someone who you can talk to about the baby, or have you that kind of thing?
Yes, yes, that's right. Yeah. Or you can say, I wonder if I can talk about it with somebody in the nurse station or the social worker about that. You can say that, yeah, if that's what you want. But what if you want to offer some empathy statement? What can you say at C9? For somebody who said, I'm terrified, I don't even know if the baby will be okay. What kind of empathy statement?
I think I would say, I understand. I would be terrified too.
Oh, very good. Very good. Yeah, I would be terrified too. Yeah. Very good. All right. So, and then, see, I really just, so, I really just, maybe you could pray about it. Oh, no way. And then P10, I pray all the time. Okay, just in case you don't know, but I don't hear anything back. I'm more mad now. So C11, baby, God is testing your faith. In case you don't know, you forget. Okay. So let's change it. C11. What can you say to make it patient focused? Stay right there, here and now, and respond to P10.
Can I pray with you now?
I think she's a little mad at P10, so probably she would not agree with that. Okay. What can you say to empathize, Jim, at C11 about how can you empathize her about what she said at P10? How can you acknowledge her about what she said at P10?
I guess naming it, saying the same thing. Like I also pray all the time, and oftentimes I don't hear
Very
anything back
good.
either.
Very good. Wow.
Yeah.
So when you do not know what to say, just repeat what they said, and it offers empathy. Very good. Okay.
Well,
Right.
ask a question, or maybe there's a gender aspect here too, as a male chaplain.
Right.
Right. And without being judgmental, like you can say, I can only imagine. I'm even trying to imagine what you're going through.
Very good.
And I feel you're carrying a lot. It's more about I'm mentioning about my feeling about what she's carrying on.
Right. Wow, I can only imagine. Very good. Very good. And now he's really mad. He just blew up, and then she said, and P12, that's not what I need right now. She's very clear. In C13, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Well said. P14, I just don't want to die and leave my son, and I don't know how to go through chemo and pregnancy alone. So when she mentioned about the son, she's not necessarily talking about who's taking care of the baby at home. It's more to do with like her fear of leaving her son, right? And then at C15, this chaplain is back to his role. And they start saying the right thing. Yeah, that sounds really scary. Empathy. Thank you for sharing that with me. I can imagine what it's like. Yeah. Double empathy. Very good. Very good work. I think he was pretty much out of his mind because of some countertransference. In reality, what happened was the worst in this case. The patient was my friend. I mean, the chaplain was my friend, who had been doing a great job as a chaplain until this case. This patient reminded him. Hold on. This chaplain was growing up in a big family in a very rural area. And he was born as the last of, I think, 7 or 8 siblings. And the mom couldn't afford another baby. So when she was pregnant, she tried to abort naturally. So jumping off the window and then drinking some natural medicine, herb medicine, something like that. And didn't work. And then he was born healthy. And as he was growing up, mom had been telling him this story over and over again, but that was for good motive, because she always ended like this: "Oh, what if I did not have you? I can't imagine that. And you have been such a blessing from God for us." So even though this had good ending, but all this storytelling was such a curse for them, and somehow he wanted to talk about it with mom, but he didn't have a chance. And then as he was entering into this patient's room, he was reminded of that story, his own story. And then in the real case was he entered into this patient room and he cursed her. He cursed her. And he said, "Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to be called mom. Shame on you. Shame on you." And he was yelling at her. And the patient was yelling back at him. So the nurse had to intervene and then draw him back. So it became a sensation in the hospital. Huge. And then even after that happened, he was still really heated up, and then he kept telling us, the colleagues, and I just couldn't understand that, what kind of woman that is. And then we couldn't understand, and the educator recommended him to write a verbatim on this. And during the presentation, we asked him, "There's something going on here," and then we wonder if this has to do with some sort of baby story, family, and the birth story in your family. And then he stopped for a minute, didn't say anything, and he could remember what happened. So he had pressed on all this anger against his own mother, which didn't have a chance to go out, and then he vented it on this patient.
Yeah, that was his mom. He was talking to his mom, wasn't he?
That was his mom. Yeah. So, say it again. So this is the what we call countertransference. When real countertransference happens, probably you will not be able to recognize it at the beginning. So that's pretty much where the students are, between 1A and then 1B. Probably by the end of 1B, I see students start picking it up more regularly. And then 2A, they have more freedom of recognizing and then talk about it and process it. So if this happens to you, don't be panicking. It's a natural process of growth. And I hope you can just accept that. Instead of like going either or polarity, just accept who you are as a good enough chaplain with some growing edges, which is normal, very normal. He was a great chaplain, but he had some growing edges, which is just fine. And it could happen to you too. When this happens to you, don't go to panic. Yeah. But this is one of the most extreme countertransference cases that I ever experienced for the past 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It makes sense when you give that explanation of why he was saying what he said.
Right.
It makes sense.
Right.
Without that, it just seems cruel.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe this could happen, but this can happen, and this will happen to you when it hits your button. This can happen to you, and you get blinded. You don't know what you said, and you don't know why you said it because you're blinded. This is power of CP. Yeah, it's totally different from learning through theories. Yes, we know the theories, but until you experience it with your hand, with your words, you don't know it. You're doing it. James, you have comments?
Well, countertransference to me is every time.
It happens every time, yes.
Every time, no matter what.
Yes.
So self-awareness is the key to me, constantly action, reflection, action happening to me as I'm seeing people sitting. Otherwise, as you said, Joseph, it will trigger me and flip it over. I'm not functioning at all. That's what's
right. Exactly. So, thank you for saying it. So, in Unit 1A, 1B, I see students. I mean, do I have a countertransfer again? The reality is, you have countertransference at each and every conversation. The difference is, can you recognize it or not?
Yeah.
So the more you're skilled and experienced, you can recognize it every time. Actually, so that's irony. Yeah. Okay.
So in that example, it looked like he ended on the right track. Did that really happen?
So, in the real case, it did not end the right side.
Okay.
I made a little, because that's a little too extreme. So for your educational purpose, I edited it in the right way. But the reality, he was pulled out.
Oh.
Yeah, he was pulled out. Yeah.
I'm just wondering,
you got curious.
can it end on the right track? You know, if you find yourself in that, do you just like cut off, stop? Or what do you do?
Very good. Very good. So that's why I I guided you to practice this both end, because emotion comes before the facts. Whether you want it or not, emotion arises like in 0.2 seconds. You can't stop it. Either you push it down, okay? You fight, you get pushed down and numb, or flee, okay? You can't stop your emotion. So ironically, the more you're able to claim it, name those, you have a better control over your emotion. All right, that's the irony. So that's why I want you to name it. The more you're able to name those, you have more control. And you can push them away, then you can get to the facts of the recipients.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's the irony.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, again, your educators will help you to practice, because there's no royal road, but to practice it. You have to practice it. And you have to find it, what are my buttons? Everybody has different buttons. You need to find that out for yourself. Good question, Audrey. All right, take a 5-minute break. We'll come back for James. Okay, you're almost there. You can pat
Yeah.
on your shoulder. Great job. Yes.
Wow.
This is marathon.
Well,
I'm so excited to see you liking it. Yeah, I see nobody has fallen asleep today. Great job. Okay. All right, our next hour, the last hour, is by Reverend James.
Okay, everybody. Let me set up my computer. I'm still learning. I think this is what I want to do. You see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. A little bit bigger. My voice is slowly coming back, but not completely. But please understand me. And I'm trying to minimize the screen. Okay, the topic is grief, loss, and bereavement, which is a common topic for a human being, especially as a chaplain. We are working at any setting, hospital, or prison, human care setting. We see grief is a dominant theme in every situation, meeting with the people, the family, even staff. So that's what I learned about grief, and I don't know how to. Okay, let me delete this one. So I'm going to start with a quote. Grief is, for me, is a journey. And I'm going to explain it to you. And my definition is really long. Maybe you feel that is not a definition. Maybe that is too long. But this is what happened to me. I came to Syracuse many years ago as a church planter. My denomination sent me here. Then our denomination changed the policy that church planter needs to get funds by having another job, secondary job, or some system through family or previous churches. So as I served at 3 different churches, but I didn't want to ask any churches. So I came here alone. My mom is a single mom. I'm an only son. So we came to the United States years ago. And over the years, I served different churches, and my mom lived separately in Michigan. So when I came to New York, I asked her to come join me, and she joined me. But as a church planner, I need to find a way to meet the end, which is, bring some food to the table. So I work at a grocery store as a cake decorator. I didn't know that I had that skill, but I found a new skill. And also I drove Uber at night to make some extra money. My wife has a decent job. She's a nurse, but it doesn't mean that I just stay at home. But the troublesome is my mother watching me. Pastor for years now is getting into some secular business, finding a place to get some money and driving Uber. She felt depressed. So within a couple months, she took her life at home. That was the moment that life-changing experience. I was so angry at my God. And then I dropped off from all kinds of ministries. So that is the moment the grief journey started. What is it? What's happening in me? So I grabbed multiple books, Christian books and other books at that moment. And then I had a counselor. And my counselor one day brought another client into the room and with me to comfort me. I can't believe she did it. Female counselor, she's a psychotherapist. And she said that it's going to be beneficial for me to listen to someone else's grief. So I thought, yeah, sure. So I was sitting in the room, another client, young lady, burst out her grieving story, which is her dad jumping into the train. And she said she couldn't find her father's body. But she talked to me that at least you have your mom's body. That was a so upsetting moment. That was a really upsetting moment. And I stopped going to see my therapist So grief, then my journey, my definition is, it's like going up to the mountain in a pitch black. You cannot see anything, even your hands. I will say even my hands in front of me. One thing that I know is I need to keep going up. It's a slippery, rainy, cold, and scary. Sometimes I fall, sometimes I slip, and sometimes I feel where am I going? I don't know what to do. And then how long? I don't know. And going up, going up, going up. I notice that there is a cave, and I feel fear. Do I have to go in? I don't want to because I don't know what's in there. Maybe tiger, and bear, and snake, and no matter what. Maybe ghost. However, my body is so tired. So I decided to go in, just take a break. Maybe I fell asleep. I woke up and I noticed that outside of the cave, there's a little bit of bright sunlight is covering and shadowing and outside of trees, and I can see. So I was curious about where I was standing. So I got out of the cave, went up to the rock, right? See the rock in the screen, and then looking at outside, what's happening? Where am I? What am I doing? Trying to figure out what's happening to me. It's not the top of the mountain. Then I noticed that moment is an enlightenment moment to me. Then notice that there's a mountain under me. There's no trees. There's a mountain higher than me, covered with the snow. There's a mountain with a fire. There's a mountain with a lot of trees, and there's a mountain with just animals, all kinds of different mountains I see. Then I realized that that's right. My grief is a different one. It is a journey, and I need to embrace my grief. That's where I begin my journey to grief and loss, and I've been spending quite years to study this one. So today, Directive will be mostly, it's like a research to give you more information about resources. So when you face your patients or some situation confusing, you will utilize this kind of knowledge and expose yourself some more experienced situation with this didactic. That's my prayer. And so there's a definition, definitely we need to cover. Loss is a lot of things, loss, car key, house, and even psychological loss, divorce, even retirement is a psychological, psychosocial loss, and secondary loss. This is a huge economic hardship after loss and change of worldview, life patterns and hope and dreams. When scholar talks about it, when father dies, son was in college, and he felt he didn't come back to home to take care of a family. So he didn't pursue his dream of becoming engineer or whatever, doctors, whatever. He just followed his father's business or taking care of his. That is a secondary loss. And even patient, what we say is a loss of a familiar home. Patient is in the hospital, independence, there's no control, autonomy, and the body function is limited, and lost body part, even identity and intimacy. There are a lot of losses in the hospital, a lot of losses where we can meet people, human being, living human document. And then after loss, there is a process happening, which is grief. This is a process. And many times people talking about 5 stages and different things, but I will clearly say that grief is process. Unfortunately, for me, it is never ending process, keep going as we are aging, as we are growing. So process of experiencing psychological, behavioral, social, and physical reactions. These are 4 categories many of scholars are talking about it. It's all about human being, is surrounding in and out. Bereavement is a state of having suffered a loss. So exchanging grief and bereavement and mourning is sort of exchanging. So I'm more like focusing on grief. Famous quotes, these people are very famous for grief theories. William Worden is kind of, he wrote a textbook. He says each person's grief is like all others people's grief. Each person's grief is like some others person's grief. Maybe you know about this story. And each person's grief is like no other person's grief. It's sometimes similar, sometimes nothing at all, sometimes very distinctive. And David Kessler is a famous one. He worked with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. She come up with the 5 stages of grief. And then now he wrote a new book about the 6th stage, which is about meaning. He's just finding meaning through the grief. And he said that each person's grief is a unique as their fingerprint. I like this phrase. It's like our fingerprint. So for example, if one family couple lost son, and wife is acting differently, husband is acting differently. Wife will share feelings about son, sadness, loneliness, confusion. And because that's the way how wife is acting and sharing and processing grief. But the husband is husband is a problem solving mode and don't understand why she is sharing her feeling. Then all of a sudden the husband will say, you know what, honey, what about you go get a job instead of sitting at home just grieving this situation? Then fight starts, and then there's another loss, divorce. So in that point, if we notice that grieving process is different, we need to help them to recognize each patient, family, or even other people's grieving is totally different but genuine grieving process. I love C.S. Lewis, and he mentioned about this is famous quote, grief is like a bomber circling around and dropping its bombs each time it's circling, brings its overhead. It is every time, especially for me. My mother died 80 years ago, but still sometimes go to grocery stores, driving, listening to music. It's like a bombing coming, but I'm not resisting. First time I resist all the feelings, but after CPE, I embrace my bombing too, embrace my grieving. That's the beauty of CPE. That's grieving quote that I usually use. Grief is experienced for major ways, as I mentioned, and grief is continuing development. It's not one time, it's static, always changing. Grief is also natural. It's very natural. Grief is a reaction to all type of loss. If I lose my key, I'll be grieving. If I lose one of my favorite watches, or I love pens. If I lose one of my pens, I'll go, oh, where is my pen? That's part of grieving process too. Grief is dependent upon individuals' unique perception of the loss. So that means like a fingerprint. Now we're getting into more theory basis, so that it will enhance our understanding about grief. Before going to, this is my favorite person, Therese Randall. She's really awesome. She understood grief is a process. She has 6 different processes. And she mentioned that all losses, this is a myth. People said that, hey, all losses are the same. No. And people will say, it takes 2 months to get over your grief, James. Your mom died 7 years ago. You're still grieving? I'm still grieving. And all bereaved people grieving the same, no, different ways. Yeah, at one point I thought maybe I should take my life too. That's the way I was grieving. And family members will always help grievers. No, not at all. Children need to be protected from grief and death. Please. Some family members, they don't bring children to the funeral service or somewhere when people are crying. Well, let them grieve together. Invite our younger generation, which is really hard, but they need also process. It is better to tell brave people to be brave and keep a stiff upper lip. No, this is a cultural issue. A lot of cultures and manship, and even maybe some American culture here. I hear many students saying same thing. African culture too. I had many Nigerian students, they mentioned about that too. Even in South Korea, we do, man is the one who protecting the family. We need to be strong. No, this is all kinds of myths. We just ignore it. When we notice this one, we need to help our patients and family members. Please don't do that. And this is another quote that I read in Megan Devine. She wrote a book. I forgot the book name, but she's a social worker. Her husband died, and she wrote a very good book. It's like a textbook to grief right now. She mentioned about this is what Brown said in the sympathy, empathy. At least you had them for as long as you did. This is crazy, isn't it? And you can always have another child. Oh, well, this is very long distance sympathy words. And sometimes this is like a faith. They are in a better place right now. Try to comfort. I know the intention, but these are not helping people when they are grieving. It's more like you go away, ignoring. And you won't always feel this way. No, and you're stronger than you think. Please. This is all part of the plan, God's plan, God has planned. Don't say that. It's not real to our patients or someone is grieving. Rather saying nothing, oh, I can't imagine. That is so sad. Even sometimes no words, just cry will be more powerful and effective than try to make some words and changing environment to encourage our patients. Please don't do that. And this is another famous one. Everything happens for a reason. I heard that, and when my mom died, everything happens for a reason. I was about to punch the person's face. What? My mom died? This is the reason? Yeah. And I'm going to simply cover, this dialectic is actually true dialectics. I'm trying to cover a lot of things today. So I'm going to cover like a topics here. Type of losses at the hospital that we usually see is a sudden death, especially the traumatic. Trauma number 1 and 2 hospital, even accident, disaster, and miscarriage. And we just talked about a dialectic, cancer, and pregnancy. That's part of it. And suicide is a lot of suicide happening. The language of suicide, when I made this one dialectic, I was not conscious about it. But right now, I'm very conscious about it. As a person who lost my mom, I don't like word suicide. So be mindful that if someone lost their family members through taking their lives, it will be better not to use a suicide. But the purpose of this lecture is more like a research that I use a suicide. It comes with a shame, fear, rejection, anger. Yeah, suicide, and someone took their lives. And the Christian way is, oh, that person is hell. Well, someone told me that too. I was angry. Thank God I didn't punch that person's face either. I don't believe my mom is in hell. And the fact that it's a lot happening to when loss happen, anxiety, depression, extreme anger, which has happened to me. No time to observe the reality. So our job is help them to observe the reality. It is really, really important. And when it happens, sudden that happen, our chaplain's job is creating space, time and space to say goodbye to the deceased person, believing that spirit is right there. And they need a longer grieving process. And maybe this unfinished business is, I have unfinished business, which is my mom took her life when I was in different state. So this is really, for me, unfinished business. When she dies, I wasn't there. My children found. So it's repeating practice to me that, Mom, I am truly sorry that I wasn't there. And I wish you can hear me. That's my ritual. I'm going to talk about ritualizing later. That helps me. We can help our patients ritualizing their grieving process to take it real. Patients' loss is a lot of things we talk about, loss of control, a lot of physical or psychological, and even talk about future and life of meaning. And this is important. I mentioned it. There's unresolved grief. This is psychological terminology, still using it. And an absence normal grief, which means it happened really right after the Vietnam War. And husband and brother or family went to Vietnam. and they didn't know that the person died or not died. And so there's no way they can grieve. So this is a missing piece. This is the absence of normal grief. It can happen when someone is missing. We hear sometimes a missing son and daughter and people. It will turn to prolong many years of grieving. It will create a chronic disease, actually. A combination of a delayed absence. It is mental illness later. So unresolved grief is something that we can recognize in our patient or our clients. Even in a prison setting, there is unresolved grief because they can't get out of prison setting. So we need to recognize and we need to help. There's no complete help, but we need to be with them. Anticipatory grief is someone knows that that person is dying soon. That is a common grief in a hospital. Someone is dying. So we need to create a sacred moment. So this time, here saying that time frame to be mourned, past, present, and future, we are creating that moment. This language was either created or used by Doka. He's a minister, and he used disenfranchised grief. This thing is happening a lot in nowadays. What that it is, like I will explain this one. If a couple, husband is, having a love affair. There's outside, maybe a female that he met before, or the co-worker. When that husband dies, the wife is grieving, and the affair person is also grieving. But socially, the lady was not accepted. So that's why lack of social validation, loss of unrecognized and socially sanctioned. So this lady is grieving but not recognized. This is disenfranchised grief. It happens a lot nowadays. If you see our society, someone is grieving but not publicly recognized. So as a chaplain, we need to recognize that grief as well. Even suicide is part of that one. Abortion is part of that one. I'm gonna move. This is another important part. Maybe you can interested later, you can find it. Eric Lindemann he settled the foundation of grief work. So this is many theories. I'm going to give you more resources here. Maybe I'm only just sharing this slide. Starting from Freud, Lindemann, Kubler-Ross, and John Bowlby is also a strong grief theorist. William Worden is foundation of contemporary grief textbook. Alan Wolfelt is really good. He understands the function of the chaplains and spiritual care. David Kelsey he's a nurse. He worked with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. He recently mentioned about grief is meaning. So it's for me, it's meaning, because my mom's loss, I felt where is meaning that I can find, that I began chaplaincy journey. Then I decided giving my time and effort the rest of my life for mentally challenged people. I decided, and there is a way that I can get into Fringe Mental Hospital. It was something that I wanted. I can get a job, but no, it was like through my experience, my mother's death, and then I'm finding meaning. So grief can be a great way helping people's finding meaning, but we cannot tell them that there is a meaning. No, there's no way. But we, without words, we can recognize their grief, let them process it, and help them to find more meaning. This is maybe not possible in a hospital setting because of short-term visit, but I guess this is a more meaningful way in appraising a long-term patient care setting. Doka is saying that grief is a journey. And many people will say that grief is a step or process. I know, yeah, it is process, but like a stages. But I will say that grief is not that. It is always going and coming, coming and going. It's moving. It's like a living organism. It's coming to me and it hit me so hard down me, and it's just living, give me peace. It's coming and going. Trish Randall is big on that. And her theory is like this. This is circling like this, but also going backward. The very first thing that our chaplain, when we face someone is grieving, is help them to recognize a death. So I teach my students that the language is very important. Whatever we pick the language, depending on the situation, will help patient's family recognize that death is actually here, not fantasizing, not beautifying, but death is real in here. And then noticing the reaction, there's a lot of different reaction. Our job is notice it. And recollect is helping, this is another process, helping our patients and family that collecting their stories about deceased person. And there are some stories that we don't need to keep it. That is human being, just forget about it. In our grieving process, as we process and readjusting grieving processes. I'm spending too much time with drinking or doing something on unhealthy things, readjust meaning, and then reinvest more meaningful grieving. My reinvest was embracing my sadness. That was also powerful, many times when I was at my hospital, which is upstate hospital, happened to be one nurse's son killed himself with a gun. And who's going to handle that situation? Nobody. It is impossible. But everybody is saying differently, like, at least you have another son, at least he's in the same thing that we mentioned about myths. And she came to me and mentioned about her story and asked me, what can I do? And then what I said is, you know what? Keep crying, keep grieving. Just realize that it's part of our lives. Your son is with you always. My mom is with me always. That is reinvesting the meaning of grief, not rejecting it. Just embrace it genuinely, meaningfully, powerfully, graciously. And grief has some forces. This is another theory, two factors. And one is loss. We kind of negative action. One is we continue to restore from negative actions. That's another interesting theory. I'm going to show you another one and then final PowerPoint, and then now we'll get into more discussion about if you have your grief story. So this is very practical grief intervention facts and tips, and it has a create a safer place for patient. That is the most important key. We know that when we go into the room, we bring our anxious feeling. As I came this room today, I brought my anxious feeling to all of you. And that is mindfully filtered and processed to create safe sacred area for our patient and family members. Grief is not prescribed stages. No, it's not. We call it DABDA, D-A-B-D-A, denial, anger, bargain, and acceptance. That's not stage. When stage is done, grief is done? No, never. We live with grief. We are human being. We're not divine being. Our job is actualizing grief. Don't fantasize, don't beautify it. And we help our patients slowly accepting the reality. Even grieving to us, we accept the reality. She is not here and he's not here. And another thing is explore feelings. As we're talking about today, feelings, not changing their ways, but remain at their feelings and empathize and join in. I can't imagine. Even the best way is cry. Not intentionally cry, but just let your body and your heart cry with patience. Promoting this is afterward, promoting patience, self-care, and self-compassion, and then meaning, and journaling is important, and breathing is also part of this one. One of the things that I used to do is I used to do this one at the forensic setting, and the separation, a lot of grief is, and let them have, let's breathe together. Now, first time I asked them, do you believe in spirit? And almost 90, over 90% said, yes, I believe in, whether they believe in Christian or whatever spirit. And then let's practice this one, breathe in and out, notice your breath in and out. And I say, imagine that. I will apply to me. Imagine, James, your mom is wearing her favorite outfit and she's a spirit, she's hovering. Maybe she's walking outside, looking at the window, and she's looking at you smiling. And she doesn't need any key to the door or anything. She just come through the window and sitting next to you, the empty chair. She doesn't say it, but you feel what she's trying to say. Feel her presence. And when you're ready, talk to her. This is a key moment, talk to her. Oftentimes, patients trying to talk to chaplain, but that's just correctly, talk to your mom and your dad. And many times they cry and say, Mom, I love you. Sometimes they say, Mom, why did you do that? You could have called me. So that actualizing conversation with the spirit moment, sacred moment, is very, very holy and healing force. That's what I use in intervention with my patient. Another thing is chaplain is a self-care. I think we talked about self-care a lot. The loss of loved ones is one of the most intensely painful experience any human being can suffer. This is Bowlby. Bowlby is famous for attachment theory from childhood, traumatized, and 4 different theories he mentioned about it. And not only the painful experience, but also painful to witness, if only because we are so impotent to help. And because of this one, we talked about compassion fatigue coming. I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. And grief is always coming now. Countertransference. I saw my mom, ED, many times. Oh, my mom is there. I saw mom at even psychic unit. Oh, my mom is there. One day I saw my mom there. I cried in front of a patient. The patient didn't know why I cried. So there is a countertransference happening. So our self-care is extremely important with the grief work. This is kind of my didactic. I wonder if you can share your grief story and any thought about listening to grief story or didactic or definition. Anyone else?
Yeah. James, that was awesome. I just had to take it off your mouth immediately, because it wasn't just didactic, it was soul feeling, it was emotional. You took me on a journey. I don't know about the others, but I feel all of us, to our bone marrows have felt what journey you took us through. The quotes you brought along, the authorities you cited, the various descriptions, and the lived experience you took us through. And I could connect personally. I started my journey, my CP journey. I didn't know what CP was all about. So my first unit, I grappled with a few of the concepts and all that. But my second unit, my educator took me on a journey through my grief, my personal loss, which I was I realized I was living in denial. I didn't accept. I didn't, have the courage to face my fears.
Yes.
But throughout the second unit, and CP achieved that much by mirroring myself. I saw myself in the mirror and I got my healing. But like you said, it's never is a process that's an endless process as long as you're alive.
That's right. Yeah.
So, thank you. Let me not take all the time, but I really appreciate this. And especially from you talking, not just a teaching from the head, you spoke from the heart. And it really, really touched me. And I feel that connection. Thank you once again.
Oh, thank you, Victor. Thank you for sharing your grief as well. It's process. Yeah.
Thank you, Victor. Very well stated. Very well. Thank you.
Thank you,
James.
Thank you,
so
James,
much
for sharing your story. It's interesting you talk about the grief is never complete. So I'm a second generation survivor of parental suicide. My mother tragically ended her life and I was a toddler. I never knew her. And so I lived with that. But what's interesting is my youngest daughter will be married this month. And so I know in that process of approaching her wedding, I will need to go back and relive that my mom, her grandmother, isn't present. She could be, but she's not. And so I just know that I'll have to revisit that.
Yeah.
Sit in that moment. Yeah. And even do that with my daughter. Yes, she's not here. And we miss her. She should be here. And even though I had no memory of her, that loss still lives on.
That's right.
Generationally. And you still work through that. I just know that moment's coming. So thank you for sharing your deeply personal story. The other comment I would have is regards to disenfranchised grief. I've seen that a lot with same-sex couples that may not be married. And in that moment of death, they can be disenfranchised by the family members who don't give them a voice. And it's deeply, deeply disturbing to see that. And even in Indiana, that happens many times. And so that's a really valid grief that we'll see and we're around. So one, affirmation to you, recognition, and then thank you for pointing out about the disenfranchised grief.
Thank you. Yeah. Looks like a life is grieving. We're all grieving.
Yeah. James, that was beautiful. Thank you, both Skip and Victor, for your beautiful comments. Yeah, one of the hardest things as a prison chaplain or a jail chaplain is, we have 2 jails in Santa Clara County. Between the two, there are close to 3,000 people. If you think about that, moms, dads, grandfather, they're like a factor of 10 per person, right? In essence, we are implicitly supporting 30,000 people in a way. So when any one of these people pass away, we are the ones informing the inmate for the first time. Okay? I can never prepare enough. I've done maybe half a dozen per year or something like that, varies by, and there is no preparation for it in a sense. And just process that, because there is no loved one next to them to hug. Even chaplains aren't allowed to hug them.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
It's tough.
And it is, Kate, chime in from your experience in terms of there is as much as we want to feel that meaning making thing in a realistic sense, it's best not to have expectation about, am I being a good enough chaplain? It is just, that becomes a meaningless question at that point.
Yeah.
So once we let that settle down, then we follow up with some grief support and others over time, but fully knowing this person is in a room full of people and yet feels so isolated.
Good observation. Yeah. That's another level of grief in prison. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. The depth of grief is just totally different.
Now,
I
add
want
to
to
that,
share about the.
please, just adding to Ram's point, it is a really hard thing. And I think your point of ritual actually helps because quite often, at least in medium and minimum facilities, we can do a remote funeral.
Oh.
And when we go to the remote funeral, we can bring a candle and we can bring a cloth or something to kind of lay and make a space that feels sacred. They can stand up with a candle. They can touch the screen if they want.
Yeah, yeah.
But sometimes we do have the gift of, we do the hard thing in telling, but we have the gift of dialogue and understanding what rituals matter in
Yes.
that space for that person. And I always attend with my guys. So just depending on what they choose, either off to the side or as part of what's happening.
Awesome.
But it can have two sides.
Yeah, yeah. Wow. Yeah, ritualizing it's one of the keys. It's a process, helping our process, ritualizing. So a lot of ritual things out there, you can find more resources. There's so many ideas. Yeah, Alfredo?
Yes, I want to share about the indirect grief because in the hospital, certain hospitals, we experience that kind of grief very often. 2 weeks ago,
Número desconocido.
22 years old mom get into the hospital pregnant with a kid, a girl, 26 weeks pregnant, but the mom had the valley fever. So we are dealing with that, and the doctor told her about the fetus could be in a danger with the treatment that she has to take it for the valley fever. And the hardest thing that she decided not to take the treatment. So she died. The baby is alive. We had her in NICU with the death. And was one of the most hardest experience for me. And not only for me, for the doctors, for the nurses, that we have to give it to them also an special meeting and a special moment of grief for all the staff who was involved in that moment. Because every one of us was grief about what we can do it. Nothing. The feeling that we are doing nothing for them. And those indirect griefs that we experience very often at the hospital settings.
Yeah, I agree.
And we live that every day. Every single day somebody's passing away. The hospital is too big. But the hardest experience is with the NICU or than any other area of the hospital. And I just want to share that.
Thank you.
But let that somehow the pain that I feel inside.
Yeah, I feel it. I feel your feeling through the screen. It's really heavy feeling. Thank you for being there. I mean, your presence means a lot to Steph as well.
Yeah. Thank you for hearing me out.
Yeah.
I want to also share the dimension of conflicted grief. In that trauma can also shut down grief.
Yeah.
And experientially, when my father died in 2005, my body was shut down. because it was my father. I love my father, but my father was very abusive to my mother. And so when he died, there was this very conflicted sense of grief. It's like a relief. I'm like, my mom is free now. And I just shut down. My body just shut down. At that time, I couldn't name. I didn't have a word for it, but I just know I could not grieve. But I know I gave him an excellently talked about befitting burial. But I couldn't cry. I was just shut down and focused on my mom as like, you are now free. And then my sister died, and my nephew, whom I have adopted as a son, the father had died, the mother, then my sister, her mother died. He too was shut down. He never cried. Completely, he could not. And for him, he's now a therapist. It is when he was doing his master's in psych that he grieved finally, because he knew at some point you have to grieve. And for me, it was when I was doing trauma-informed care that I finally put a word to what I was experiencing, that I had no word for it. And I know a lot of people go through this conflicted grief, that the experience of different kinds of trauma, it shuts down the body in that response. Not because they don't love the person, but because there is there's this love for this man, like for me, my father, but this is also that anger that I had for him. It's mixed with all of that just get the body shut down.
Yeah.
So in the big after, when I realized it through trauma-informed care, I finally let myself to say it's okay, it's not okay, because I worried sometimes. I never really grieved my father, but I paid for him to have a good funeral. But I was able to release myself and be free from that. It's okay not to have done that. Yeah.
Yeah, the book. I just remember when you said okay, it's okay not to be okay. That is a book. The Divine, the social worker said. Yeah, thank you for saying that. It's a numbness coming when someone dies, numbness, and it shatters our reality. So numbness kicks in. So that's why denial, and then that's why you said just shutting down. Yeah. Thank you for recognizing it. Yes, that's wonderful. It's process. Trust your process. Sad part is never ending, based on my experience. Grieving every day, live with, embrace with, and welcoming my grieving process. Because of a time boundary, if you don't have any comments or thoughts and sharing stories, I will turn this session to Joseph so they can wrap up our meeting today. How about that?
Thank you so much, James. Wow. This is the power of vulnerability, right? As you all said. And thank you guys for those who left a comment in the chat box as well. I see you guys are so much into this didactic too. Veterans heard this from me and your educators many times. And new students, I just want to encourage you to continue to claim your feelings. Continue to process your feelings. Sometimes, as Alice said, the way you claim your feelings might be physical. Okay? It's not verbal. It's okay. So sometimes it's also wise of you to check your physical changes. For somebody, it could be fretting, or frowning. Sometimes it could be different kinds of itches or twitches. but it's very important for you to recognize your style, your way of expressing your feelings. There was one of my students was a veteran who had 2 tours in Iraq, and he looked very stoic. And whenever I encouraged him to claim some feelings, and he couldn't name any feelings in words. And then there's a co-educator who was co-educating with me, and then she asked him, how about your body? Does your body remember anything from your feeling? And then he could remember through the pain on his waist, and he could reconnect to the moment of his pain in the past through the pain in his waist. Okay, and then from that time on, he just opened up. So it's very important. Again, whether it's a verbal or physical, I strongly recommend you to continue to claim the feelings, whether on your verbatim, on your weekly reflection, any documentation during your presentation. Continue to try to claim your feelings. Okay? We are much less using our feelings than we can even imagine. Surprisingly, we do not use as many feelings. Your educators will help you to use your feeling wheels, use as many feeling words on any documentation, any presentation. Okay? You are not here because you don't know many enough theories. You know all the theories, of course, but you do not know how to use these feelings and facts in the balanced way. Okay, that's why you're here. Thanks so much for your attention. I sent you 2 emails, one with the forms for you to fill out and the clinical hour log sheet, the other one with this new address. So when you send the check to the center, you can use this new address, which is PO Box, which is easier and faster. If you have questions still, you can use your email or text to your educators, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9. Sleep tight. See you tomorrow.
Do a breathing exercise, ground yourself. See you tomorrow.
All right, breathe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Night-night. Our educators stay here for quick. All right, James, thank you so much, and Donna, thank you so much.
Powerful, James. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was powerful. Wow.
Thank
I
you.
see our curriculum is becoming so thick, or what can I say, flourishing. Well, you guys cover so many diverse areas in such a depth. Donna is presenting Animatry in such a depth, and so are you, James. Wow, I'm just touched by you. Thank you. And also, thank you so much for your vulnerability.
Oh,
Any comments, suggestions, questions from both of you?
Does Alice need to register today because the ACPE site will have today's date? Or will it be okay if she registers tomorrow? I've been trying to connect with her.
Yeah, that's a good question. I have never helped my students to register on the 2nd day or 3rd day, so I don't know the answer. Yeah. So
Okay,
if possible,
I'll try.
if possible, can you help her register today? Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep.
All right. James, you have a question or comments?
thank you for inviting me and then let me experience a new setting. Yeah, kind of like it. I feel like it.
After you do the first full round, maybe you can take a break here and there. But my recommendation for this unit is to go through all the didactics, and so you have a full exposure to the whole process.
Okay.
Yeah, but maybe next unit you can take a break here and there. But for the sake of your students, it's always better for you to stay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and then look at how they respond. And
Yeah.
you start collecting some data about their behavior pattern, right? Already, right?
Yeah, I getting notes here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting watching them.
Yeah. So they don't know how they started expressing who they are through the screen. They don't know yet, but I mean, we start collecting a lot of data already.
Yeah, I agree. Surprisingly,
yeah,
I never imagined that it's happening, but it's actually happening.
Right. And you can write about this in your rubric as well.
Yeah,
because we are using different format, which is called online, virtual.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to prove that this is still strong.
It is.
It's very effective in this way. And this is one of the reasons why this is strong, because I can collect all the good data about their behavior pattern already even through the screen. So you can see something.
And one thing that I wrote down my note here is came with some question about interrelation or bonding. And I noticed it in our current today. The bonding is, I wrote in my note, bonding is possible.
Yes. Yeah, even through virtual. Yes. Bonding.
Yeah. Wow.
Isn't it powerful? Yeah.
That is powerful, Mom.
Yeah. Especially today. So there are different ways of helping them bond. One way is through this group activity that I've been doing.
Yeah.
The other way is through the educator's vulnerability and then invitation to join, which is what you did. I just want to bring it to your attention that this is what you did today. Very well. You can talk about it in your rubric.
Okay.
Yeah, that was very good presentation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Here's the one suggestion.
Okay.
So almost at the end of your presentation, the last hour, Jim made a comment in the chat box.
Who?
Jim Rogers.
Jim Rogers.
Yeah. Can you go to chat box?
Yep.
Yeah. So he said, I resonated with No One Writes imagery of grief.
I see it now.
Yeah. And then Victor said, Megan Devines, it's okay that you're not okay.
Yeah.
The book that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So always read the chat box.
Yes. Always read the chat box and respond.
Okay.
So that they can feel recognized and connected.
Yeah, I just saw it.
Yeah. But it's okay because this is your first time. Yeah. It's just another tool.
I agree.
Okay. Thanks so much, 목사님. I think Sana has some emergency call. Yeah.
네, 목사님 감사합니다. 이런 새로운 세계로 저를 발을 들여주게 해주셔서 감사합니다.
생각보다 재밌죠?
그 재밌네요, 오늘.
네. 이게 되게 재밌어요. 안 될 것 같은데 이게 돼요.
그러게요. 네, 의구심이 어떤 확실로 바뀌는.
네, 맞아. 이게 될까? 근데 되고 목사님 오늘 그 얘기를 딱 오픈하니까 갑자기 빅터 막 짠, 뭐 그다음에 저기 스킵 쫙 들어오고 막 갑자기 다 들어오잖아요 지금. 네, 그래서 그게 이제 버추얼 그 프로그램 중에서도 어떻게 반드하고 리포트 이렇게 일 건지에 대해서 이제 그 책이 있거든요.
네.
그래서 그걸 이제 온라인 반드, 온라인 콜라보레이션 이렇게 하는 건데 그 중에 이제 하나 중요하게 일어났던 그 게임이에요. 게임하고 액티비티. 그래서 제가 그런 걸 계속 하는 거예요.
너무 좋았어요.
네. 그래서 그룹 이런 걸 계속 시키는 거예요. 그래서 나눠주고 서로 하라 그러고 그래서 서로 해서 키득키득 하다가 이제 이렇게 되는 거예요.
It's just a building up relationship with game, story.
Yeah.
You're not exposing the entire story first time. Half of it, let them focus one side of it.
Yes.
And later, let them see the big picture. Oh, that was astonishing moment. Oh, this is it.
And they can get it through the games that, this is active listening. I have to wait until I get the whole picture.
Yeah. So powerful.
Yeah. So this is like I'm exercising my theory of how to help them bond. Even online. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. Yeah.
It is possible.
Yeah. So when kind of similar thing happened when Donna made a presentation about mental health, about she becoming vulnerable about her own mental health agendas, and then they got so touched, and then start bonding.
Mm.
And then same thing with grief for you. They start bonding, they just jump in and bonding. So the vulnerability of the educator and invitation, and this kind of games and activities to help them collaborate. Yeah. So if you can come up with some other methodologies, that'd be wonderful. Think about that. How can we help the students to bond more and better? Yeah. So we have experienced and exercised these two ways very well, effectively so far. So can there be another way? So we can think about them. Yeah. One thing that I have developed more than before just ended up with games. Now I try to add with more case scenarios.
Yeah.
Now I see that they're getting it more. Yeah.
That was very helpful.
Yeah. Before I didn't do that.
Right.
But after I did some couple units with the games only, I saw they still have some questions on their face. So, oh, maybe I need to bring some real case scenarios. And then now they get it.
But you have always shared personal stories with those games after, and it's like that's when I noticed that's when they go to another level.
Yeah, they always are thirsty for our personal stories. They're always looking for our personal stories.
Yeah.
When we share our failure stories, they they like it more because otherwise they see us as like the gurus or the educators, and then when we share our failure stories, oh, they're like humans like us, and they feel more bond with us. Yeah. But anyway, thanks so much, guys. Thank you, Donna. You've been so helpful.
Donna, your teaching was awesome today, Donna.
Your teaching was awesome.
Yeah. Both of you have
I'm nervous about tomorrow because I'm going to share a failure story. So I'm nervous. But yeah.
Okay. So Donna, I'm going to meet with Ron 7 o'clock, and probably I can send the link to you by probably 8, hopefully 8. Okay.
Pacific time? His time?
Pacific time. 7.
Okay.
Yeah, Pacific
and
time.
I will
7,
put it in immediately. I wish I could just be on the phone with you and just do it right there on the spot before we lose Rod. Is there anything else he needs to do?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
And I got it.
All right. So that's about Alfredo, right?
Yes, Alfredo.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. So try your best to double poke the size of the students, and then make sure they push the button before Friday.
Okay, I will.
Right?
Yes.
And then send you, and then forward you that address, the email with the document.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Sit tight.
Night. Rest
Bye.
up.
Excited. Bye-bye.
Yeah.